the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series and the second day of action here in Group A. It's Rob Owen who leads the way in this group after the first day of action. Henry Deacon alongside me to discuss what we've seen so far and, of course, look ahead to today's action. We're going to show you the highlights from yesterday. Henry, it really was a superb day of action, wasn't it?
It really was, and to kick-start our second stage, you wanted to see something special, and that's what we got from the players. I think we saw roughly a similar standard from all 6 players. Some may producing a little bit more than others at times, but I think it's set up really, really nicely for today.
Yeah, it really is, and we can see Jim McEwen got off to a perfect start yesterday, winning 3 out of 3. Just faltered slightly on his doubles towards the back end of the day, didn't he? Even though we saw some flawless finishing early on, including that 140 checkout.
It's what we've come to expect from Jim McEwen here at the Super Series. We just expect brilliant stuff, and in Group A, it seems to be his format where he just goes on and does special things.
Yeah, he does indeed. And Kev Garcia, just talk to me about him because he's on debut. He's yet to pick up his first point. How is he going to be feeling coming into day 2? Because when you're used to this format, you realise that it's a 3-day slog and a marathon, not a sprint, as we continue to say here. But when it's your debut, you're probably feeling the pressure.
He's used to knockout darts. He's used to a situation where if you're playing a best of 7 at 9:30 in the morning, if you lose, you go home. You spend the rest of the day mulling over it. But obviously, he's got to come back then and play game, and then the next game, then the next game. And I think overnight, the biggest thing he's got to do is try not get dejected by what happened yesterday.
Absolutely, and we can see Shane there, superb on debut. His debut couldn't have gone any better, could it really? Because some of the darts he produced, and as we said, his temperament was fantastic.
Exactly, and this is what the stages at the ADC Tour do, because it gives the players the opportunity to play in front of a stream on a stage as such as well when you're playing these tour events. So, okay, this is a different kettle of fish when you've got the big lights and everything and the opportunity that this gives you. But he's got experience of playing in big-time darts, playing in big events, and he's using that experience here at the Super Series to full effect.
And a word on Rob Owen as well, because he is top of the table coming into day 2. But his finishing was letting him down sometimes, and when I spoke to him after his first game, he was saying it's that 88, 16, normally so reliable for him. The way he was then able to regroup and put that run together was really superb.
Absolutely, and when players play consecutive weeks, which obviously in this format we don't get to see very often now unless you get to Champions Week like Robert did, something that goes wrong in the first week can easily translate and correspond into the next. And he hasn't had a long window to kind of look at things and things like that, but credit to him, he put a bit of work in on Sunday and it seemed to have worked on Monday. And
James Hurrell, second in the table after day 1. When I spoke to him yesterday, he was wondering after those first 2 games what more he needed to do because players were really up in their level against him yesterday.
He's one of those players that people just seem to play well against, isn't he? Sometimes there's just players where you play well, but the opponent just plays better. And James seems to bring the best out of people, which is a good thing in one sense, but not in the other, because sometimes you just want to catch a bit of a break.
And he is up first this morning against Huntley, our other Welshman in the field. It was Hurrell who came out on top in this one yesterday. Who do you see getting the better of this one?
When you look at the stats and you look at everything over a consistent 3-day period, James Hurrell will win more than he will lose. So I think if you go based on the stats yesterday, I'm just going to edge on the side of Hurrell.
And you can see Hurrell there with the most 180s in yesterday's play. Jim McEwen with the best average across those fixtures yesterday. As I mentioned, nothing wrong with his scoring phase, but the finishing towards the back end of the day, something we're not used to seeing from Jim McEwen.
Absolutely that. And I mean, you look at that 91 average, that's what we now come to expect from him. That is his mean. I mean, even on the Pro Tour last week, that was kind of what he was averaging throughout the 4 days. And if he continues at that sort of level, he's going to be hard to stop, because 91 averages on a consistent basis is going to win you a lot of games here.
It certainly is. Right then, our first game of this morning's session is Hurrell against Huntley. Let's get into it. Matt Edgar, over to you.
Thank you, Abby. This was the last game yesterday, first one today. So everything you saw yesterday, you'll be seeing today, but in the reverse order. So we'll be going back to front, and we'll also be changing the player who will be throwing first. So yesterday, James Hurrell throw first. Today, it's going to be Michael Huntley. Michael Huntley on debut here. Yesterday was his first time on the stage in front of the cameras, despite being 50 years of age. He's an ADC qualifier. James Hurrell, 38-year-old, the hillbilly. He's been coming into a good bit of form recently. Currently #1 on the WDF rankings. And that's because he's won 3 titles this year. So 3 ranking titles, taking on hundreds of players. It's some achievement. And we saw that level yesterday coming through, averaging near enough to 91. And even in defeat yesterday, he was playing well.
First leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
9 o'clock certainly wasn't a problem yesterday for James Hurrell. He was the first game on. He averaged 97 in that one. Michael Huntley kicked off with an 85. And that was sort of
60.
Set the tone, and then it just carried on within that sort of vein throughout the day. James Hurrell found a lot of maximums yesterday, 10 180s across the day, and we expect that to continue when you look through his stats and data from everywhere else he plays his darts. He's quite a big 180 hitter.
Yes, good morning, Matt.
60.
Good morning, everyone. Day 2 of Group A here in week 1, and I have to say, you're lucky I'm even here in this commentary box, because I locked myself out a second or 2 ago.
60.
Welcome to Tuesday morning.
Indeed. That's an interesting point that we made on the balcony about James Hurrell, that you look at these averages for yesterday, 90.96, but it just felt like everyone played one of, if not their best game against him. And it was kind of the story the last time he was here as well.
Yeah, he throws at quite a nice pace, and that's one of the downsides of being quite a quick player. Yes, you get on with it and you get your own rhythm, but on the downside of that, you also allow the other player just to play at whatever pace they want to play at. And Michael Huntley, you can see already, is wanting to play this at a bit of a slower
85.
pace. Really impressed with James yesterday.
140.
A lot of 180s, some good performances. And I said somebody is going to do something, because all the players yesterday had chances. And I said today,
81.
I expect somebody is going to start taking those
78.
chances, and he's going to do a clean sweep. And Nico put me on the spot, and I picked James Hurrell.
Well, tops
58.
could be for the first leg towards that, although he's going to come back with Huntley back on 174.
$84. James, you require 20.
Double 10 for the first leg of the day. Double 5 now. Up he goes.
A nice lie on that one.
Short in the
He just
first
kisses
leg.
in off the
James
barrel.
Hurrell.
But a nice one just on the top wire. Uses it well, takes the lead, and that's the breaker throw that he's going to need if he is going to win this
Second
game
leg
and
is
set
James
off
to throw
Edgar's prediction
first. Game on.
pretty well. Remember what I said yesterday, though. It kind of was my prediction if it goes right, and if it goes wrong, it's Paul Nicholson's fault because he forced the answer.
If in doubt, blame the asset.
59.
Of course, Huntley, one of the 2 ADC qualifiers in the field this week. Kevin Garcia being the other, and it's a great opportunity for players
60.
now that can qualify outright for this competition. Of course, we'll still have the invitations for players who play well in these events, but it gives everyone the opportunity. And
100.
there's a lot of players that say, well, I can play in this event. I feel like I can play in this event. Now you've got the opportunity to go out and prove that you can.
Yeah, with this qualification route, 50 places will be available throughout the year,
28.
which means the only barrier now to participation his talent.
You're good enough. You will be here.
58.
This was your last game yesterday. James Hurrell took the victory in that one, 4 legs to 1. Average 87 to Michael's 76. Michael's best thing sort of came in the middle part of the day. He sort of bookended himself with a bit of sloppiness.
$140.
Been doing very well on the seniors tour. Got
85.
himself very high
James
on the rankings in that one.
144.
Which might mean we start to see him in some of those senior events in the near future. Obviously the World Championship coming up in February. Chris Mason, Co-Stompy and Mark
96.
Dudbridge all been added to that lineup. 2 of which we saw in week 12, the last full week of the Super Series.
Hopefully we'll see
100. James
some of them
Uruguay,
back here at the
48.
Super Series as well, because that week was a real success. 48 then for Hurrell for 2-0 to back the breakup with a hold. Slight move
that's
across
game
and
short of the
into the bed
second
it
line.
goes. And James Hurrell's
Hurrell.
day is off to a perfect start thus far. 2 legs played, 2 legs won, and he's halfway towards the winning line here against
Third
Michael
leg,
Huntley.
it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
If Chris Mason wins the Seniors World Championship, you can do commentary with Mason.
Okay.
140.
Don't know if I could deal with a week of Chris Mason after he's just won the world title.
If he wins the World Seniors Championship,
44.
I want him to walk into this studio with a star. Maybe one of those sticker stars. You know, when you're at school, you know, when you won like a golden point or something like that.
99.
No, Mason will probably just carry the trophy and put it right in front of you.
Fair, it's a bit the closest I'll ever get to a world title.
140.
Better here from Huntley, 140.99. Who's starting to find the range. Sometimes it takes a couple of legs just to get settled in. And the switching
92.
is starting to come together as well.
Of course, James has had the experience of being here before. He played in the last week of the studio, played opening night here at the Live Lounge. And for the players that are new to this,
Michael Uruguay,
I think
170.
day 2 is as much of a learning curve as day 1. It's a bit like going to school for the first time. The first day, okay, it's fine. Then your second day at school is kind of when the reality sets in. I think that's going to be similar for our 2 qualifiers here.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Because the other thing is, when you come in here fresh and everything's new and exciting, and then
42.
you've seen it all, you
Michael
kind of know what to
Uruguay,
expect, but
72.
sometimes that can be a bad thing. Especially if you haven't had a positive experience on the first day, like Kevin Garcia yesterday, for example. You get that lag.
Yeah,
don't you?
that's game short in the third
And
leg.
no lag there
Michael
for
Huntley.
Michael Huntley. That's his first start at the double, and he pings it. He's doing that quite a bit yesterday as well, especially on those sort of combination
Forward
shots.
leg is James to throw
It was when he
first.
sort of had 3 darts
Game
in
on.
hand that problems started to arise.
Funny what that pressure of only having 1 dart a double does. And
100.
by and large, that last dart merchants can just find something in the combination, but when it's free in hand, I don't know, something, is it psychological or something like that? I suppose you can explain from a
81.
darts player's perspective.
I think a lot of it's not about what's happening when you're at the oche, it's this bit. The walking back behind the player, the standing behind the player, that's all process. So process through experience, through
44.
learning, through how to deal with that situation. And we are under the microscope here, aren't we? And when you're not used to the cameras, something that is not a massive miss
83.
is highlighted as a very big miss as well. And that gets in players' heads as well. You hear people say they don't want to embarrass themselves the first time they go on TV, and you start missing up by the number ring, and it looks massive on the
100.
zoomed-in camera.
Exactly that. And I say, this is a TV debut for both of our ADC qualifiers. And these are opportunities that the Super Series are giving players. Back in the day, you maybe got 1 opportunity a year to play at Lakeside in front of the cameras. And if you lost in the first round there, you'd have to wait another 12 months and travel the world to try and qualify for it. Here at the Super Series,
49.
the players get the opportunity to play where they want to try and qualify for their respective events, and they get to come here and play in front of the TV cameras, in front of the lights for a prize pot of £20,000, 20 grand, which Conal Whitehead won on Saturday evening under the confetti of the live lounge.
And of course, got the giant novelty check.
81.
We love the
Michael
novelty check, don't we?
112.
The world needs more giant novelty checks, I think.
Double 16.
96. James, you require 127.
Well, actually, we said Michael Huntley's warming up to the task. He's actually overtaken James Hurrell now in the averages by 3 points. So James Hurrell hasn't got worse. He's just plodding along at the same level he was. Huntley's got better. This could be a roadblock.
91.
A happy accident.
Michael, you require
In the
16.
14s. Leaves him on a double. So he'll come back with 3 darts if Michael Huntley cannot take this 16. A little bit of loopy.
Yeah,
and then
that's
straight in. That was a great marker there from
Michael
Huntley. Put it on the wire and then just straight in the double.
It wasn't in the way,
Fifth
was
flag,
it?
it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
We always say you want a clean target.
$59.
Coming up after this, the blockbuster battle between Robert Owen and Jim McEwen. Victory if Hurrell will put him on 8 points. If McEwen can win that game against Owen, we'll have 3 players tied on 8 points. And if Shane
96.
McGurk can get the better of Kevin Garcia in our 3rd game of the morning, we'd have the top 4 all level on points following the first round's worth of action. And
45.
sometimes we see Group A's which can almost be sewn up by the beginning of Wednesday. You do not get that feel this week.
59.
No, this one's going all the way. We've got 3 players very evenly matched in Jim McEwen, Robert Owen and James Hurrell. And then Shane McGurk, what he's shown yesterday was very impressive. And when you look over to the Challenge Tour, running orders,
60.
he's right up there. I saw he was 2nd on that order of merit today. In terms of the averages, 91, which, when you said upstairs, 91,
60.
is going to win you more games than not.
Especially at this level. Good baseline around there for most of the day. Well, I'd say it would get you top of the group, but in Jim McEwen's case, it ended in 3rd. But
41.
you look at the top 3. 90.95 average for Owen, 90.96 average for the day, Hurrell, 91.84 McEwen. So if you're going to be successful here, that is the standard you've got to play at. Game in, game out.
And to hit that level, you're going to need to do some visits and some approaches to the board where you get out in 5 turns. You need to put those in. Huntley didn't put a single one of those in yesterday. His best leg was a 16-dart leg. However, he has recorded a 15 today, so already massive positive and a big tick for Michael Huntley.
And when you're placing Group A, you've kind of got 2 goes at it, haven't you?
56.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, if you don't get through Group A, you can use as work experience. And then Thursday and Friday is hammer time.
James, you require 40.
Didn't know Andy Hamilton was here this week.
I was looking to put the hammer down on tops.
Yeah, that's game short and the 5th flag. James Hurrell.
Hurrell hammers tops. And he might be 1 leg away from hammering Huntley.
6th flag is James to throw first. Game on.
Go on.
You can't touch it.
Oh, no. We're starting early, aren't we? James Hurrell
140.
could be starting early with a win. As early as he possibly can.
97.
Yeah, he's putting the thrusters on now. We did this a few times yesterday, actually, towards the back end of games, getting stronger and stronger as the game went, which is a very good sign in a player.
59.
when you win events left, right and centre, you just know how to carve out openings. And James
60.
has been a prolific winner on the WDF circuit in 2022. 3 event victories.
They are tough.
90.
Big breaks between games, short formats. You can easily get caught cold in that event. Early starts, late finishes. Hundreds of entries.
100.
3 of those titles. That's some going.
They are long slogs.
I'm hoping this doesn't turn into a long slog.
1 on an
M40. 7-leg game, and wanting to get wrapped up here, and he's pushing the turbo. After 12 darts, leaves himself 72. This will be for the match. It is best of 7. That is first of 4.
30. James, you require 72.
Tops to
Game,
join Owen
shots,
on 8
and a
points,
match.
and it is
James
the perfect
Hurrell.
start to the day for James Hurrell. He beats Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 2 in the opening match of the morning session with an 86.44 average. No maximums in that opening game of the day, but 4 out of 9 on the doubles and a 72 high out was enough for Hurrell to take the honours in that opener. We're going to take a short break, but when we return, it really is an A-list battle here at the Super Series. It's Robert Owen against Jim McEwen after this short break.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where James Hurrell has just recorded the first victory of the session, a 4-2 win for him over Michael Huntley in that one. Well, James Hurrell, he's used to players upping their game and producing their best against him. Michael Huntley started slowly in that one, Hurrell racing into a 2-0 lead before Huntley was even given a dart at double in that match. Huntley did settle though and upped his level somewhat to get back into the game, but Hurrell, top of the WDF Order of Merit, came out on top in this one. As you can see, both of them finishing well in that one. 50% checkout success for Huntley, 44% for Hurrell. Both of them with the high out of 72 in that match. We can have a little look at what that does to the league standings after one game played this morning, and it does move James Hurrell to the top of the proceedings after that one, but it is of course Robert Owen who's up next against Jim McEwen. So Robert Owen could become the first player to move on to 10 points, and he is the 8-13 favourite to come through this one. Of course, it was Robert Owen who won this clash yesterday. It was a huge game to see who would end day one at the top of the crop, and it was Robert Owen with that superb performance to get over the line in that one. As for McEwen, well, his finishing just deserted him in that game, didn't it? He'll be looking to recapture his form from the start of the day in this one. Let's hand back over to our commentary team then to tuck into this one.
Thank you very much, Abby. Owen is looking to make it to number 10 if he can get victory here against Jim McEwen. No lecterns, none of the fancy stuff. There's no Sir Graham Brady involved. Just a victory and he's on to 10 points up against Jim McEwen, who could make it a three-way tie for the lead if he can get victory against Stack Attack. James Hurrell joining the 8-point club after getting the better of Michael Huntley in the opening game of the day. And yesterday's encounter between the pair was a real high-quality contest.
I think the big stat that you can look at in that game would have been those tumbleless columns from Robert Owen. 15 times he hit a score of 100 or more. What that tells you is Robert Owen is not having troubleless visits.
Robert throw first. Game on.
When you're landing those blows, you're getting a treble every single time. You are going to get down fast. It's not all about the big 140s, 180s. Yes, they help, and they certainly make life a lot easier. But if you're hitting a treble every throw, you are going to be hard to beat, especially if you're going out, because that's going to put you in that mid-90 average. And if you're going out quick, you're going to be in the hundreds.
85.
And we kind of saw that in parts from James Hurrell in the first game. His ton plus hitting in the first couple of legs was virtually with every single visit. I mean, he got 8 in the end in the match, but after about 2 or 3 legs, it was at about 6, plus a couple of 140s. And when McEwen's first dart sits like that, you just know what the end outcome's going to be. There's going to be at least one more, maybe 2 more alongside it.
That's yesterday. Jim McEwen, 9 maximums,
60.
which is a good return over 5 games. 5 short format games. Robert Owen's obviously been here many times before. 412 matches before today Robert Owen has played in the Super Series or any previous version of it. 542 180s.
177. Jim, you require 136.
Well, it's at 177 this time that leads him on to 24 after 12, and so this 136 and McEwen has to go, and they're living up to the kind of standard that they produced in yesterday's encounter.
60. Robert, you require 24.
12 darts, it's 12s for Robert Owen. Take the opening leg.
Yeah, that's game short in the first
exactly
leg.
that after 14 darts. And Robert Owen, we've seen some really good things from him before, haven't we, in the past? He does have one of the best ever averages
Second leg
in
is
any
Jim
version of this event.
Game
7th best average was against Robert Thornton, 115.62. And that is not a one-off. 7 times he's found an average over the 105 mark, including another 111. That is quality darts.
And that is why he's going to be on the Pro Tour next year. I mean this in the nicest way, but hopefully after this week we don't see Robert Owen here again, because it means he's a mainstay on the PDC circuit.
Yeah, he's got a 2-year tour card, courtesy of the Challenge Tour. So that'll give him 2 years to get into the PDC's top 64. If he breaks that top 64, he gets a 1-year extension on his card. But then we'll start defending. That's always a different mentality.
What was it like for you those last couple of years on tour? Because is it a case of you look at certain tournaments and certain times of the year and you look back to 2 years ago and think, well, I got to a quarterfinal here or something, I did well here, and now I've got to try and chase and defend it. Can that mentality come into play towards the end of your tour card stint?
64.
Yeah, I think it was the UK Open. I had a big run. I got to like round 5 or round 6 or something. And then 2 years later, I got to about round 4. But obviously on those TV events, those ranking jumps are massive. So when you get to round 4, you come away and you think, that's quite a good... I've done all right. I've played well. I've just good darts, got a bit of money in the pocket. But then the first thing you think of is actually, although I've done well, I'm losing ranking. And we're going to see that with people such like Gary Anderson, who's defending the World Championship final. If he goes to get to the quarterfinal, semi-final, you'll go, what a great World Championship Gary Anderson's had. However, he'll lose about £120,000 off his rankings, which means he's going to drop despite the good performance.
Jim, you require 100.
That's in 2 years' time for Owen. In the immediate term, McEwen wants tops. Now double 10.
90.
And now Owen has the opportunity to break on 68 after 12. Two fours.
Yeah, that's game short in the second.
And that is 2 out of 3 on the doubles. And this is a real quality encounter between Messrs. Owen and McEwen. The average is 107 and a shade under 102 respectively. There's not much not to enjoy about this battle.
Robert Owen's doing exactly what he did yesterday. Very, very minimal treble-less visits. You can just find one treble with each throw. You are going to be competitive in any room.
You hit maximums, you're going to be competitive in each and every room you compete in. Let's keep the averages on screen, because this is good.
100.
Jim has hit a 9-darter before. That was on the PDC Pro Tour. Hit that against Raymond van Barneveld. And that's
57.
something as well, isn't it? When you hit a 9-darter, you want it to be against someone of significance. Jim achieved that.
Back going against the 5-time world champ.
180.
That is the 543rd 180 that Robert Owen has ever hit in this environment. So
60.
It's probably going to go over the 550 by the end of the week. I don't think he's going to quite reach the 600 mark unless he starts throwing some head jogs.
Yeah, that's game short.
McEwen shakes his head because he just knew that that double 16 was going to go. And Robert Owen is playing inspired. Jim McEwen's averaging 101, and he's hardly getting a look in this match.
Robert Owen's best, 115.62. He is sat on 112.72.
60.
That is under threat.
12 darter here, and you sense it may go.
100.
I always find it funny when players hit hundreds and their average just jumps down by near enough 2 points. That's when you know someone's playing very well.
You say, only a ton?
96.
When you're averaging a shy under 112, yeah, only a ton. So.
41.
McEwen's averaging 97.79, and it just feels like he's been completely outplayed. Best average you saw yesterday was for McEwen, 100.26.
Had a quick glance at the flights of Jim McEwen. I've heard he's a little bit tight at times. Jim, change your flights. They are battered. And when you do this, it just promotes a little bit extra deflection. And then like rigid.
60.
It's like a load of green ants have had a go at those flights. Mind you, Robert's flights as well looks as if it's had a bit of a nibble.
41.
I wonder where these two are staying. It might be a tent.
There has been talk of rodent problems around the Portsmouth area recently. Me and Owen Binks went to a restaurant which turned out to have an infestation of mice.
85.
Not a pleasant experience, I must say.
I was about to say, Roberts just took his foot off the gas a little bit here. And it almost feels
100.
like he's gone down the
Jim,
James Wade
140.
mentality of it's against the throw. I'll just concentrate on the next one with the throw. If I get something, I get something, but I don't want to waste good darts.
He may only need 3 more good ones to secure a 4-0 win against Jim McEwen, and not many players do that to
60.
Chucky.
Robert Uruguay 136.
That is set nicely for how Robert Owen's darts go. That has surely
60.
Wow.
Jim Uruguay 80.
Couldn't use it. Expected to see at least a ton there. Jim might only get 1 dart. He's got to stay straight. That is a little bit awkward the way his dart stands up. He stayed still.
40.
There's definitely an
Robert
argument there. You can see from the
76.
angle to move left.
Because there was plenty to see on the left-hand side. 73 left. Gives him 1 dart. A double A.
Shots,
and the shake of the head from Jim
Robert
McEwen.
Owen.
Almost a shake of the head in resignation, knowing that Robert Owen was going to get it. And what a performance to start the day for Robert Owen. A 98.5 average, 1 maximum apiece. 4 out of 5 on the doubles, a 98 high checkout. That really was superb for the man they call Stack Attack, and he is on to 10 points in Group A, 4 points in front of Jim McEwen. We're going to see the last 2 players we haven't seen so far today. It is Kevin Garcia against Shane McGurk, and we'll watch that after this short break.
Well, not many people whitewashed Jim McEwen here at the Super Series, but that's exactly what Robert Owen has just done in that last match. A really inspired performance from the Welshman. Really high quality encounter, that one. Robert Owen treating us with a really thrilling performance. 2 14 dart legs, followed by a 12 darter. Little dip in the fourth, but still able to get over the line, with McEwen's chances limited, unable to take out any of the 3 attempts he had at the outer ring in that one. As you can see, Robert Owen up at 80% checkout success in that match. A superb start today too from the man from Penabont then. Right, next up we've got Shane McGurk against Kevin Garcia, and I believe Phil Bars caught up with Shane yesterday.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, everyone. Stage 2, and we've got a debutant, Shane McGuirk. Shane, looking forward to playing. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, everyone. Stage 2, and we've got a debutant, Shane McGuirk. Shane, looking forward to playing.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the experience. Just want to kind of see where McGuirk is compared to all the guys that's been here before. Hopefully I can do the business and win a few games anyhow to start off.
Have you been watching at home, and are you prepared for the standard?
Yeah, we're watching at home. It's a great watch, you know. It keeps everyone entertained every week. There's something to watch, and hopefully I can do the standard that some of these boys are doing. If I can, I'll be happy with it.
We've seen you at Q School produce some brilliant stuff and then kind of drop off a little bit. Is consistency the key for you?
Yeah, consistency's been a bit of a problem there. I took a couple of months out there, and now I'm back in it, and I think I'm playing well again. So it's a good time to come in here.
Yeah, definitely. Look, plenty on the horizon as well. That £20,000 prize check. I know we're at week 1 of the new stage, but did you watch what it meant to Conan Whitehead at the weekend?
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the lovely kiss he made at the end too. It was nice. No, it's a dream, isn't it, for anyone to be there really and make the 20 grand. But just to be here for me is actually a goal in itself, and it's one to tick off the bucket list this week.
Shane, all the very best, and wish you all the very best in this week.
Thanks.
Yeah, we certainly learnt a lot about Shane McGurk's game yesterday, didn't we? He was the 4-0 winner when these two players met in yesterday's session. What will we learn about him today? That's the question. Lads, back over to you to find out.
Cheers, Abby. So let's see what day 2 is going to do for Kevin Garcia. New experience for him here at the Super Series, and he showed flashes that ended up after day 1. With no points on the board. But can he brew up a storm here on day 2 against Shane McGurk, who we have seen, as Phil Bars rightly alluded to in the interview at Q School, 1 3 out of 5, which if you do that here at the Super Series, you're not going to be far away from qualification out of Group A.
You mentioned Storm there. We found out the reason yesterday as to why he's nicknamed Storm. Did you manage to catch that?
First leg,
yes, I did,
it's given it through first.
Struck by lightning.
Now that is a nickname.
Better than just your name and a Y on the end or something like that.
77.
I mean, come on, Lee Evans. You could do better than Evs. Be creative.
100.
It was interesting listening to Shane there as well, wasn't it? When he says, like, he watches this and it's becoming... He used the word a bit of a dream to be here and play and to get this time in front of the cameras and to play in this environment. And that's sort of what's going to be happening more in the future, isn't it? The younger players are going to be watching this, and this is going to become a goal. And if that is you, the ADC is your route now, because 50 places are available to come here, like Shane McGurk.
100.
And certainly like Kevin Garcia, who is one of those ADC representatives.
Indeed, and I think the ADC have put out on Twitter that they're going to tell us a little bit more about how the breakdown is going to work over the next couple of weeks and how you can qualify for this tournament via the ADC. It's great to have that initiative, great to have an opportunity 69. For players to have a pathway towards this competition, which is only growing.
£78,000 your weekly prize.
124.
And if you win that, you get to come back and have a pop at the 20. He'll be wanting to have a pop at the double 11.
102.
Took out a couple of tumblers finishes yesterday.
83.
The problem yesterday was that consistency. A lot better already. Bull for a break of throw.
43.
And that's a happy accident as well.
Kevin, you require 22.
Yeah, very happy accident.
Yeah, that's game
Not
short
that it
on the
matters
first
because
leg.
Garcia
Kevin
takes
Garcia.
out double 11 to open up a 1-0 lead, to hold his throw in the battle of the two debutants in this
Second leg, it's
particular competition. But it's McGurk who has the throw in leg 2.
$100.
He did manage to show us some good games yesterday, some good levels of performance.
134.
He actually took this game yesterday 4-0 against Kevin Garcia. So already better signs for Kevin Garcia, registering his first leg against Shane McGurk this week. They will clash again tomorrow. And then depending how the league positions play, they might even have to play each other Thursday, Friday and
60.
Saturday. They'll be sick of the sight of each other.
Be like Craig David 7 days. Much of a Craig David fan?
Not really, no.
I'm glad you said that. I think there would have been words had.
57. $135.
Really good dart, that. That second dart just sort of kicked over a little bit, made it awkward. So that was a real high-quality dart there from Shane.
41. Shane, you require 85.
After 12 darts. This is good. Can you see it off? Doesn't need to go the bullseye route. He doesn't, but still gets the dart at the double because
45.
of the treble. He will be back.
Well, Kevin really is playing to his mean. His average for yesterday was 84.98. He's averaging 84.96.
Shane, you require 40.
At the minute. McGurk 92.2 and Tots to level us up. Double 10.
30.
Garcia gets a chance to break.
They was edgy darts. And now he's got to come back at double 5, which isn't ideal. That's obviously provided Kevin Garcia doesn't take the 112.
Yeah, that's game short on the second
is a great finish from Kevin Garcia. He took a few of these yesterday, these sort of low-ton shots. The 125, there's a 124 in there as well, and now the 112.
Game on.
So he's very good at these sort of combination finishes.
And I just get the sense, just looking
58.
at him this morning, he just looks a little bit more at home on the big stage. It's easy to forget that for some of these players that come into this tournament,
96.
they've not experienced big-time darts in this kind of capacity before. And it takes some time to adjust to.
80.
You can look at the form line of Kevin Garcia. You'll see he regularly attends Q School. He goes on
60.
the Challenge Tour, but that is nothing like this. The Challenge Tour is little booths where it's just you, your opponent, and about the space of what you can see there around the exclusion zone, and just a little bit more for a marker to be in there. There's no calling things out, and at the same time as you're playing, so are 31 other matches.
60.
This one, you are centre stage, and all eyes are on you, and you're under the microscope of a zoomed-in camera.
76.
All the top spec equipment here at the Super Series.
60.
First time I've had the chance to talk to you about Saturday night, and what a night it was.
60.
Even more so for Conan Whitehead picking up the £20,000 top prize, but just it felt being here like it was a major TV final.
I think the other thing when you look at
40.
Saturday night, by the time I got to the
Kevin, you require
semi-finals,
128.
You couldn't split them. It was a dart or two that split the players, and I think that is just a testament to the process
38.
that everyone has to go through to get to that stage. You've got to win a week here first, and you've got to win a group or top 2 or 3, depending what group you're in, to even get into that 6. Then you've got to win a mini group on Saturday, after all that process,
90.
what we had was 4
Kevin
evenly matched players that we
90.
couldn't separate with anything more than the odd dart in a moment.
65. Shane, you require 95.
Will the odd dart of the ball separate Kevin Garcia from leg 3? 74 left.
38. Kevin, you require 25.
That one offers Kevin Garcia an opportunity to go 3 up, but he's joining in. Forced to recover
21. Shane, you require 57.
What he might feel is a bit of an unexpected chance the way Kevin's been checking out today.
$17.
Well, it was a nice
Kevin, you
marker at the
require
first start,
4.
but he couldn't convert. And so Garcia for a 3-0 lead wants double 2.
Yeah, that's game short and a
You
bird
didn't
lag.
expect him to
Kevin
miss, did you?
Garcia.
3 out of 6 on the doubles, 50%. It's a 25 dart holder throw, but it's enough to see him into a 3-0 lead.
First, game on.
You just get the sense both of these players need to warm themselves into the day. Not quite got out the blocks
96.
like Owen and McEwen, but whoever can get the victory on the board will feel so much better despite the performance.
44.
Kevin yet to record a victory. Lost all 5 of his games yesterday. He lost this one 4-0, so if you can take this leg, it'll be revenge.
134.
Coming up after this, we will see the beginning of round 2. Michael Huntley up against Jim McEwen.
60.
Welshman won that particular battle by 4 legs to 3 yesterday.
58. 134.
Just starting to worry for Kevin about a bit of finishing line-itis potentially creeping in there, because those first 6 darts wasn't thrown as well as the previous.
59.
134 is certainly going to make him feel a lot better, and certainly he's going to make the panic kick in now for Shane.
102. Shane, you require 154.
Yourself on 161. Girk with first poke at 154. Won't go. And well, this would be some way to seal your first victory
98.
here at the Super
Kevin, you
Series
require
if he can
161.
pin the 161. It's not going to go, and so McGurk will get a go at 56 to pull one back.
41.
He has
Shane, you
had
require
7 darts on
56.
double so far and missed them all. He will get 2 more.
Yeah, that's game short in the
is
fourth
a good
line.
dart from Shane McGurk. He's not even been close with some of these darts at top, so really good composure there from Shane to pick that one out with the first dart and keep the game going. Keep his hopes alive with the points in this one. And Kevin will be just wanting to get this over with, and that is how you start that process.
139. 42.
Kevin is piling it on. Shane is in deep trouble. Kevin Garcia could be about to move to his first victory of the week, and a bit of an upset. 7-4. Kevin Garcia coming into this game. 2-5 Shane. And it's going to take a lot of errors from this point for Shane to even get a chance at breaking the throw.
You said a couple of minutes ago, how is Kevin Garcia going to deal with the finishing line? Well, I think we're getting a pretty emphatic answer. He's got 6 for the match. Quite probably more.
90.
I didn't have to go for the bullseye. Squares up for 32 after 12. That's some way to set things up if you're going to get your first Super Series
46.
win. And so, double 16 for Kevin
32.
Garcia.
Game, shot, and a match. Kevin Garcia
Wraps it up for Kevin Garcia within 13 darts. A 4-1 success against Shane McGurk with an average of 82.24. 4 out of 7 on the doubles, 57%. That equates to a high checkout of 112. And so Kevin Garcia picks up his first points here at the Super Series. He moves on to 2, a couple behind Michael Huntley, who takes on Jim McEwen after this short break.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Kevin Garcia has just got his first victory at the Super Series. A 4-1 victory for him in that one, and it's certainly going to be a nerve settler for him, isn't it? His first ever win here at this venue, and a great sign of his attitude and resilience despite ending day one with no points. That 82 average for him. 4 out of 7 on the outer ring in that one. And Shane McGurk, well, he was just blown away, missing 7 attempts at double in that match. That clinical display from Garcia in that one, a real highlight for him. Next up then, we've got McEwen against Huntley, and it was Huntley who was the winner in this fixture yesterday. He did lose his opening match of this morning's session, but he did take out this 72 finish in it. Both players checking out 72. It was the highest finish of the day. Of the morning, sorry. So far, he was the 4-3 winner in this one yesterday. McGuirk with this ton checkout against Robert Owen earlier today, but he did go down to Robert Owen. Sorry, I made a mistake there. It was Jim McEwen who missed his darts at double 10 for that one, and Robert Owen mopped up because he won it 4-0, didn't he? How stupid of me. I've clearly not woken up yet this morning. Robert Owen with that sensational victory over Jim McEwen in that one. McEwen's actually lost his last 3 matches in the Super Series after making a flying start yesterday. Will he be able to get his first victory of this morning session in this one? Lads, I'm sure you won't make the same mistakes as I do. Over to you.
Never. We're perfect, aren't we, Matt?
Well, that's what I tell myself every day. Because I've got to, because the missus says the total opposite.
Nothing like being put down, is there? Jim McEwen then, the 55-year-old from Maybole in Scotland, the former WDF World Championship quarter-finalist, was unlucky to get drubbed 4-0 by Robert Owen in his first game of the day. That really was a spectacular encounter. He's up against Michael Huntley, the 50-year-old from Wales. Super Series alongside the likes of Binks and Hinks and Courstefine. I still think that's a sitcom ready to happen, Binks and Hinks. And that's just the names.
Remember a couple of years ago in Blackpool, Dan Dawson did a little sketch with Paul Hinks. Loved that. He was like, made him a coffee and he's like, I'll have a latte.
81.
I'm so tempted. We have a coffee, well-known coffee chain, which you won't name on air because they don't give us enough money to
60.
warrant them being said on air. But, you know, if you want to chuck a bit in Costa del something, then you're more than welcome to. But I'm so tempted one morning just to say to the barista, can I have a large latte?
95.
Then that sketch continued. He went and go in the bath and he used Mr. Matey. Good video. If you haven't seen it,
60.
go check it out.
We're going to get sued for copyright, maybe.
$58.
Bit of a slower pace to this game. Both players a little bit more deliberate in their approach and a little bit more deliberate in their application of the darts.
100.
Kevin Garcia, we haven't quite worked out his pace yet. It changes faster and slower as it goes. Robert Owen's quite quick chucker.
58.
Shane McGurk and James Hurrell also liking the faster paced games.
$100. Jim, you require 124.
To get his first leg of the day. Reminds me he lost 4-0 in the opener to Robert Owen. Takes a look at the score. That'll make his decision if he goes 14 ball or if he goes on the 16s.
99. Michael, you require 136.
Lot of respect when he sees him on 136. Just, he could take that, so I'm going to have to play it safe. I'm going to have a shot. He was nearly right to give him that respect because that is unlucky. That's hit the flight and just come away.
Jim, you require 25.
Yeah, we saw Josh Payne almost get punished for that last week on a couple of occasions. Double 12 for McEwen for his first leg of the day.
Yeah, that's game short.
And there it is. And sometimes when the darts stand up like that for McEwen, just a little bit away, that's a nice enough marker for him. Sometimes
second leg is Michael to throw first.
Can be a bit of an intrusion when they're quite close to the wire. Nothing intrusive about that.
80.
No better feeling when
60.
You're a player than hearing that huge 180 call. And that was a big one.
$41.
Well, that was like darting countdown. That was one big, one small.
Since leg 3 of that first game, Jim McEwen has completely
42.
lost his range. We looked yesterday and spotted that he had a little bit of a gripping issue. We'll see if we can see that creep back in again. If it does, we expect to see him go left. A little blow
60.
on the hands. Maybe the hands are just a little bit cold for Jim at the moment. Some people used to like cold darts. I believe it was Stuart Kellett at the World Championship put his darts in a fridge.
97.
What, between the cheese and the ham? Depends what row of the fridge I suppose you put it in. Different people have different orders for
100.
how they occupy their fridge. I never thought we'd be having this segment at the Super Series.
$92.
Counting there from
Michael,
Jim.
you require 120.
170. Wasn't able to find the treble with the last dart, so Michael will come at 120. He will get 6. He's going to get 4 at the double.
82.
That is going to give him a bit of a conundrum, keeping with the countdown theme.
$140. Michael, you require 38.
That may to him be the signal he goes straight for it. No, decides to split. $16. Nice marker.
6.
But it doesn't go.
Jim, you require 70.
And McEwen has the opportunity with 70 to break the throw in a leg that he really has been a passenger in. Tops.
Yeah, that's good.
But he's one of the most ruthless double machines that we have here at the Super Series. And so McEwen gets the break, leads 2-0.
Third leg
and
is
Huntley will feel as if that is opportunity missed.
Jim McEwen in the last phase, phase 1.
40.
Had that run, didn't he, where he got 28 out of 30 points. And in that run, he didn't win every game with the high 90 averages. Some of them was like this, where you just got to grind them out. But one thing is, Jim always seems
60.
to find a way to be in a game, no matter what the standard is. The last game played Robert Owen, who was running around 100. He was able to live with that. He comes into this. It's almost like he doesn't like being a pace setter.
100.
It's like he wants to go under the radar. And he had a similar run at our Champion of Champions special in July, where Graham Usher won all 5 games on the first day, on Wednesday. And then McEwen then went on a berserk run of, I think it was 13 consecutive victories.
140.
But because Usher went off to a good start, half of that one went under the radar. And it was only towards the end of it where people were sitting up and taking notice of what McEwen was doing.
100.
There's some players that like to be centre of attention, and then there's some that like to float around the surface, and I think McEwen likes to do the latter.
$85.
Fortunately for him, though, he keeps winning darts matches, which means you're not going to be under the radar for too long. Remember, Ryan
60.
Searle
Jim, you require 136.
But when you start winning games and you're pushing the top 16 in the world, there's not many people you're going to be the underdog against.
You can almost become a victim of your own success like that.
86. Michael, you require 141.
Worked that out wrong. Went for the 11, thinking it would leave tops. Knew what he did when the call of 86 came out.
Jim, you require 50.
So he gets to pick his double here. Is he going to go tops, or is he going to go for the 16s? Picks tops. He's got a very good success rate on tops.
Yeah, that's game short in the third
with that.
Jim
50
McEwen.
finish for Jim McEwen to hold the throw, and Jim McEwen now moves a game away, and he lost the first game 4-0, so that would affect his legs column.
Game on.
He could get all 4 of those legs back if he can take this one against Michael Huntley.
Effectively to as we were.
60.
Again, that hasn't really had a spark as of yet. It's been
58
moments. But both players know, even though they're averaging 18, 79 respectively, so both players know that they have levels and gears to go,
60.
Especially McEwen, who we know can play at a very high level on a very consistent basis. It's felt like this game, one has been waiting for the other. And they've been waiting for something to go on, but it hasn't quite happened.
Every time that tends to happen and Jim McEwen's on stage, he tends to find a way to get over the line.
Winners find a way.
Winners
find a timing, which is unlike anything else. And maybe that's what McEwen is doing here towards the finishing line.
140. Jim, you require 170.
There's been a few people in the past win matches with a 170 finish. That is a good dart that Jim McEwen could add himself to that list of people.
Game.
And he does add himself to that list.
Jim McEwen.
350 in 6 to win the game for Jim McEwen. He found his spark right at the very end. He is a 4-0 victor against Michael Huntley with a 89.73 average. 1 maximum to his name, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, and he ends with the big fish. A 4-0 victory then for Jim McEwen. After the break, we're going to see James Hurrell in action against Shane McGurk.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jim McEwen has just found the perfect response to his 4-0 defeat to Robert Owen earlier on in the day. A whitewash victory of his own in that last match, reeling in the big fish to get over the line with a 13-dart leg. The perfect response. Normal service resumed for McEwen. A first win in 4 for him to get him up to 8 points in the league standings. There was nothing groundbreaking in that one. Didn't really spark into life until that last leg with, as I said, that 13-dart leg and the big fish. We can see what that does to the league table then. As I said, it moves him up onto 8 points in the league standings, of course, level with James Hurrell, who is up next against McGurk. McGurk suffered a bit of a shock defeat, didn't he, in his last match, missing 2 attops to level things early on. As we can see, Kevin Garcia there getting the 2 points in that match, his first 2 points in Group A. As I said, McGurk suffering that shock defeat in his opening match of the morning session, missing those 2 darts at tops to level things early on, and that really set the tone in that match. Garcia going on to win it quite convincingly. As for James Hurrell, well, he picked up from where he left off yesterday afternoon in his opening game of the day. His performances have really been at a consistent level this week, and he'll be looking for his second successive victory, that 120 from his victory in this fixture yesterday. Will he be able to produce more magic in this one? Lads, back over to you to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. And he's looking to go 2 from 2 here in day 2 of Group A here at the Super Series. Got the better of Michael Huntley 4-2 in the opening game of the day. Average 86.44, so a steady enough start for the World Championship quarter-finalists this year in the WDF system up against the Arrow, former Development Tour event winner. Hurrell, you just sense, is perhaps possibly the player that could make the move on Tuesday.
Yeah, that was my feelings yesterday. He's looked the most convincing, he's looked the most consistent, but from what we've seen from Robert Owen today,
James to throw first. Game on.
I think Robert Owen might have a thing or two to say about it yet.
$60.
Just a player playing with all manner of confidence, isn't he? At the minute, you can tell when a player is playing well because they have
57.
a aura around the stage, and James seems to have that at the minute.
$99.
That WDF ranking is a hard thing to top. There's thousands upon thousands of players that play all across Europe, all around the world, all around the UK. Events attended by big numbers, short format games, awkward times.
60.
There's so many things that just do not suit certain players. But it must be suiting James Hurrell because he's top.
95.
I think one of the best games I've commentated on this year was in the Isle of Man when he took on Luke Littler in one of the finals there. Absolutely
82.
Superb game. 1-3-6 and 1-4-2 finishes. That was ultimately what saw him beat Littler in that particular final. Superb
85.
game. Superb visit to lead double 10, and suddenly when McGurk thought maybe he's got an opening here for the break of throw, this 130 has to go.
He's come round and over. Take the flight and come down, so that will give James the opportunity.
58. James, you require 20.
To hold his throw. He's going to have 3 darts at the double.
Yeah, that's game short than the first leg.
James good leg of darts there from James to continue his run. He won his first game 4-2 today against Michael Huntley.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first. And game on.
You just feel that after yesterday, there's going to be somebody kick on. And someone's going to go top by a couple of points.
134.
They keep presenting each other with chances. Eventually, somebody is going to stand up and say, I'll have them.
100.
And of course, you can get in contact with us via social media throughout the course of the day at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. You can also get in touch with us respectively. I'm at @H_Deacon Media, and you are, Matt?
140.
At the Edgar 501. And I believe that's with 2 E's. So the E in the dirt and the D in the Edgar.
140.
Do get in touch with us. Any questions you may have, do keep them fun, do keep them clean. Of course, if you are having a little bit of a flutter today, it's 18 plus and begambleaware.org when the fun stops. Stop. 20 for bull.
47.
Squares it up eventually for slots, but Hubble back on 1-2-1. Very much makeable the way he's been playing so far today. Triple 17 for the bullseye.
96. Shane, you require 40.
Shane would have heard that. The bull and 25 just has a different sound to it. Just has that little bit of a thud. And you'd have heard that and hoped the worst.
30. James, you
very
require 25.
onomatopoeic. Double 8.
Yeah, that's
For
game
the
short
break
in the
and a
second
2-0
leg.
lead, and James Hurrell gets it done within the space of 30 darts, averaging a ton. McGurk himself, 92.
First.
Quality encounter. Moves across. The way the dart stood out, the flight was in the way.
100.
Yesterday, when he was playing well, it was all on that first. The first dart went in, it'd follow. And he's starting to find that first dart again now.
100. $140.
He's certainly warming to the task. Average goes over the 100 mark now, up to 103.50. Shane, not too far behind.
93.
Shane averaging a 92 at the moment. But that, at the moment, against what James Hurrell is producing, is not enough.
100.
McGurk has dramatically upped it from his first game against Kevin Garcia. He's actually 20 points better off. Whilst that one 4-1.
James, you require 161.
Maybe on the end of another big defeat here. Because Hurrell is playing imperiously.
65.
And Hurrell's one of those players who's not just a threat for the
60.
week, but
James,
a threat for the whole
96.
thing. 96 for a 3-0 lead. 76 left. Can he plonk one on top? No, he can't, but he is going to square up the top. Should he return? This would light up the McGurk blue touch paper. Another one of them.
90. James, you require 40.
15 darts a leg so far. He's thrown 15 in this to leave himself on tops. Most important thing, he's got 3 darts in his hand.
That's game short and
to move 3-0 up.
James Hurrell.
He only needs 1. 75% on the outer ring here for James Hurrell.
Forward leg, it's shaking through
letting him down a little bit in his opening game, but he did still manage to find the win of that one. 4-2 victory over Michael Huntley. And Shane McGurk, who had a good day yesterday and shown us quite a bit of promise, lost his opening game 4-1 to Kevin Garcia, who was not able to register a win at all yesterday, and he is 3-0 down in this one. You mentioned at the very, very start of the show that sometimes we learn more about people on day 2. I think Shane McGurk's going to be learning quite a lot about himself right now.
Well, he's not playing badly at all.
80.
But Hurrell has turned up for the occasion today.
$60.
And Hurrell's one of those players that if you have a slow start, he will punish you. Don't get away with a lot often against the Hillbilly.
58.
Especially not in this game. 3 out of 4 on the doubles. 75%. Average in the mid-90s.
100. Shane, you require 164.
Given an opportunity, you're going to have to create one. That's what Shane's done here with that maximum in this leg. Himself a finish after 9.
139.
Went for it there to try and wrap it up in 12. Will come back at the 25. James Hurrell, nothing he can do here from 2-5-6. But hit and cross his fingers and toes.
100. Shane, you require 25.
Tried some pressure, but his expression there as he felt he pulled that last dart. 2-8 for McGurk.
17. James,
this would be some way to win the match. Sure, a 170 from McEwen in the previous game to get the job done against Michael Huntley. And this is to get the job done in no time at all. Double 18.
130.
Just inside, and so McGurk returns to double 4.
8.
Good marker if you can use that
that's
one.
game short in the forward leg.
Shane McGurk gets his second leg of the day. Older throw, though, there against James. He's going to need to find a couple of breaks.
Fifth leg is James to throw first. Game on. $100. $125.
And really starting to produce on the trebles. When you've got a big lead like this, we have seen people lose a 3-0 lead before. You're almost going to reverse. Rather than counting up to 4, you start counting down your chances. That's a slippery slope when you start running out of lives. Because when you start doing that, crisis point kicks in, which is when the heart rate starts to go up. We start getting the sweats. James Hurrell will want to ride this storm out as quick as he can. And no, I do not mean Kevin Garcia.
140.
He may have ridden the storm out if McGurk doesn't get a treble here.
94.
Does. That's huge. Hurrell needs, you feel, a couple of trebles. One at a minimum. Gets that one.
140.
Gets a second.
Shane, you require 140.
And now you sense the 148's got to go. And it won't. And so Hurrell, 81 for the match, should get
73.
At least a dart at the bullseye to 81. Get the job done.
Starting down on the 19s. That's a happy accident. He likes it up here at tops. And that dart is well out of the way.
41.
That is a well-thrown dart.
Shane, you require 75.
Will he be back for the match? Shane McGurk will be hoping not to stop him from doing that. He needs 75, which is tops for himself.
Yeah, that's
and
game
he
short in the
continues the game.
flag.
A
Shane
high-quality 75 finish there from Shane McGurk. That sort of shot is the difference between the levels in
Shane to
darts.
throw first.
They get one dart at the double from a shot like 75, 62, 67. That is the difference between your average sort of player and quality.
97.
And McGurk is quality. Make no mistake about that.
$96.
Speaking of quality, this is quite a quality affair when we look at the numbers that is going on in this game.
42.
Both players finding a max. Both players over the 90 mark. James Hurrell on a 96.57. That's enough, not just to win games, but to win weeks.
140.
Then we have a look at the scoring power pack. Split nice and evenly for Hurrell. 7-ton pluses, 6-140 pluses.
30.
He may be now closing in on a 4-2 victory. And when you look at the checkouts as well, 3 from 6 for the Hillbilly, 2 from 9 for McGurk. So if he ends up being defeated, it may be that metric we're looking at in the analysis, which we will have with Abigail Davies after this short break.
180.
But it might be a while before we go and have a message from our advertisers. Or maybe not.
97.
Jim McEwen in the last game, 180, 170 out. And Shane go 180, 152. He cannot. So James Hurrell will return with 3 darts in hand to get this wrapped up.
44.
And get his 4th point of the day.
40.
Tots for Hurrell. McGurk just dropping a flight or something on the floor.
Game.
And the Hillbilly is on a roll as James Hurrell secures a 4-2 victory against Shane McGurk with a 99.37 average. It is the performance of the day so far from James Hurrell He beat Shane McGurk by 4 legs to 2. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, it is Robert Owen against Kevin Garcia.
Good morning and welcome back to the Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Another victory, Henry Deacon, for James Hurrell in that match. At this moment in time, would you say he's the biggest challenger for Robert Owen at the top of the table?
Yes. We always said that there's a player that will make a move on Tuesday here at the Super Series, and it just looks as if James is the player to do that, and that when you keep winning events like he has done on the WDF circuit, it is an infectious trait to have, and at the minute it's coming to the fore. He's just finding ways to win in different ways as well. I mean, he played brilliantly in that last match, and then game one of the day just found a way to carve that victory out. So, yeah, I think he's got every chance of chasing Robert Owen down.
Yeah, really impressive stats there. Just under a ton average, 57% checkout success. As for Shane McGurk, we said we'd learn a lot about debutantes on day two. What are we learning about him today?
I think we're learning that his base level is probably around that 90 average, and it win you a lot of games here, but not every game. And the crucial thing for him is, after getting 6 points yesterday, that's what he needs to do on day two here. And to do that, well, he's going to have to win the lot.
And for Jim McEwen, a really important victory in his last match. And as we can see here, 350 in 6 starts, a real sublime end to that match, wasn't it?
You can't get a better end to a game, can you, than 350 in 6. The 180 followed by the 170, absolutely sublime. And McEwen has gears, and we've said this a lot over the years here at the Super Series, and it's coming to fruition here. Yeah, he does have gears. He took a little while to show those gears in that match because it was a little flat, wasn't it, up until this moment? It was, in fairness, a bit of an attritional battle, but McEwen just found that little bit of quality at the end, as you see here with the 170. And that's him down to a T. He can play with these big 100 averages, but more importantly, if a game is tight, if it's scrappy, he can find a way of getting over the line. And Kevin Garcia, another debutant here at the Super Series, he could have been feeling flat coming into today's action without any points. This was huge, though, wasn't it? Oh, absolutely massive. And when he got the opportunities at the outer ring in that opening game against Shane, he found a way, didn't he? And, you know, okay, maybe scoring-wise, he's just going to have to be a little bit better against Robert in this one. But look, he's got that first victory on the board. And when you get 0 points after the first day, and then you lose your first one, then you start panicking, thinking, where's the first win going to come from? He's got it on the board as early as possible. Now he can relax. Now he can feel he's in the tournament.
And as for Robert Owen, I think he's certainly relaxed. He was making fun of you before the session got underway because of your inability to open a door. We'll get onto that more later. But this 109 from him, and this is probably the Rob Owen we were expecting to see at Champions Week, and it just didn't happen for him.
I almost feel as if there was a pressure on Robert at Champions. I know he's trying to play it down, but he knew he won the tour cards on Sunday, and I suppose there was a lot of emotion going into that as well. And maybe he thought, well, what a week it would be to win the tour card, to win the Super Series. It cannot get much better than that. But maybe this week, now he's had that week to kind of process what's happened in his life, because it's a huge change, not just in terms of his darts career, but in his life in general. He can go out here and he can relax this week, because he knows this is going to be his last time here for a little while, so he can just go out and enjoy himself.
Yeah, let's see whether he's enjoying this match. Matt, back over to you.
Thank you, Abby. Kevin Garcia is going to be hoping to enjoy some more good darts. He got his first win of the week. 6 games it took him. He won on the 6th attempt. 4-1 win over Shane McGurk in the last one, and he was 4 from 7 at the outer ring. That is an impressive return. Robert Owen, though, very, very impressive in that opening game. He was threatening to give us some silly averages, some silly stuff. He's done silly stuff before, 7 times. Robert Owen has managed to find an average over 105 in this format. He's also got the 7th best ever stat, 115.62. 111, 109, 107. It's Barstow Monk and Lee Evans. So he's got the quality. He's shown us some of that earlier on.
Robert to throw first. Game on.
Just took the foot off the gas a little bit towards the end, but still averaged a 98.56. 4 from 5 on the doubles. And all signs
180
are pointing to the fact that Robert Owen should win this game. When you open up with
60.
180, you're stamping your authority on from the offset. He's quite a big 180 hitter. If you can find another one,
140.
he would have been on for the 9. He has hit an 11 darter this week. That is the best
80.
so far. Robert Owen, Jim McEwen and Shane McGurk all hitting those. He's on for more of the same, if not better. But to do that, he'd have to go
85.
for the treble 17 and then do the old Chris Mason on the bull.
I was walking past the practice room after the first 180 from Robert went in, and then that treble went in. There was a little bit
96.
of a gasp in there in expectation of the 9. Well, that hasn't come to fruition, but he has got plenty of time and plenty of space in
49.
this opening leg.
Yeah, if you're going to be hypercritical about Robert Owen, you would say it's that, the setup shot.
99.
He seems to take the full
Robert, you require
2
47.
visits to do so. He never really leaves himself on a single double when he's hit the double. Still can do this. 17 the shot. He's not busted yet. 2 8s.
31.
That would have been a different way to have taken out 47. Not seen that one before.
Most likely probably won't see it again.
60.
Well, 16 for 16 for the opening leg. 2 4s.
Yeah,
that's a nice steady start for Robert Owen. He leads Kevin Garcia by a leg to 0. Quite comfortable.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
Opening leg hold for Stack Attack.
Both very good on the outer ring in their opening games. Between them, they've thrown 12 darts and hit 8. It's a good return
93.
from both.
Which in theory should mean we won't see many scrappy legs.
121.
I don't know about you, but I feel like Robert Owen is playing with some real freedom this week. He knows it's going to be his last time here for a little while because he's going to go and play in the PDC as of next year. And
100.
he can play with absolutely no pressure whatsoever. If he wins, absolutely brilliant. He gets the £5,000 top prize. But if not, then it's not a real disaster for him, is it?
And because that news of that tour card's come recently, it's fresh. And because that's fresh news, it's going to make you feel good. You can see he's just playing with an air of confidence.
100.
Just wonder whether it was maybe too fresh for last week, perhaps, with it being such a significant
52.
week and having won the tour card straight off the bat.
Yeah, sometimes you just need a little bit of time to process what's happened to you. You've been playing all year to achieve that, and when you achieve it, and your lap of honour, your victory lap is get up and go play some serious darts at 9 o'clock in the morning, doesn't give you that time to enjoy or celebrate the success.
86. Robert, you require 40.
Tops for 13.
Yeah, that's game short.
Tops he gets for 13.
Robert Owen.
And Robert Owen gets the opening 2 legs done in the space of 30 darts, averaging 15 a leg, which means he's averaging 100.2.
Game on.
And it has been quite routine so far for Stack Attack.
81. 93.
If we look at the averages, there's a huge gap. And that is why we've got a gap on the scoreboard.
59.
And if this continues, the only thing we can see is Robert Owen getting back-to-back 4-0 victories. He beat Jim McEwen 4-0 in his opening game.
134.
Kevin's starting to put some resistance forward. He was averaging just inside the 70s before this leg.
180.
But just as Kevin Garcia thought he was creating an opening, Robert Owen
59.
goes and does that.
Welcome to the stage, Kevin Garcia.
145.
This is what it's like to take on one of the elite level operators. He's averaging just under 105.
140. Robert, you require 36.
This is for back-to-back 13s. Double 9.
Yeah, that's game short.
15 will do.
Robert Owen.
And that's been his mean for the match. Averaging 100.2.
Forward leg, it's
Leads
Kevin
3-0.
first. Game on.
And Kevin Garcia is going to have to find something here right out of the darting doldrums to come back.
59.
One interesting bit, we're getting to the middle point. This is the end of round 2 of fixtures on day 2. Which means at the end of this, everyone would have played 7 games. So that's the point, really, we can start looking at the league table and seeing how it's taking shape. If Robert Owen can win this leg, he would have won 4-0, 4-0.
95.
That would give him +8 just from today in the legs column. That could be massive.
Well, it's like an extra bonus point, isn't it? Especially in one of the 4-0s against one of your rivals for the group in Jim McEwen. When he started off the day with the best leg difference in the group of +7.
140.
Could end round 2 of the day with a +15 legs difference.
60.
That will take some clawing back. Essentially says you're going to have to get more points than Robert Owen.
43.
Unless someone can give him the 4-0.
Well, Hurrell won both of his games 4-2, so that puts him on +9 from +5.
139. Kevin, you require 164.
Looking likely, isn't it? 62. for the match. He's had 7 darts so far. He's hit 3.
44.
It's 4
Robert
from 5 in his opening
62.
game, so the stats suggest if he gets this treble 10, still going to get a dart at the 16s.
30. Kevin, you require 120.
You'd hear he wasn't happy about that dart. It presents Garcia with an opportunity. He hasn't had a dart at double yet in this particular match. And he may not get one altogether because Owen is
60.
back for 32, and you don't really expect
Robert,
him to miss in this form.
32. Game, shot,
And he doesn't miss.
Robert Owen.
And Robert Owen kicks off the day spectacularly. He averaged 98 in his first game. He averages 96 in the second, and he's yet to drop a leg in day 2 here at the Super Series. An average of 96.97, 2 maximums to his name, 4 out of 10 on the checkouts. Garcia didn't get a dart at double, work for him to do, but Robert Owen is really putting a marker down. He's establishing himself as the man to beat here in Group A. Jim McEwen is looking to keep pace with Stack Attack. He takes on Shane McGurk after this short break.
Well, there is absolutely no stopping Rob Owen this morning. Is there his second whitewash victory of the day so far? That one, another convincing display from him. Just like in his opening match, his average was up over a ton for much of that one, just dropping off slightly towards the back end again, but finishing just shy of 97 in that one. Another clinical display on the outer ring, 4 out of 10. And just look at the finishing stats for Kevin Garcia. Not a single dart at double. Such was the dominance of Owen in that one. A 13 dart leg in leg 2, a real highlight in that match. We can see what that does to the league standings, and it is, of course, Robert Owen who leads the way. And with those 2 whitewash victories, his leg difference is certainly looking rosy at the moment. Plus 15 for him in that column. Next up, we've got Shane McGuirk against Jim McEwen. McEwen looking to get into double figures and keep that pressure on the Welshman in top spot. Of course, it was Jim McEwen who came out on top in this one yesterday, this 81, to get over the line. It was a real high-quality encounter between the two. McEwen comes into this one having ended his last match with 6 perfect darts as well, with that 180 and then the big fish to end that one on the bowl, just like he did with that 81 finish as well. Will this be another high quality encounter? Let's find out, lads. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Well, Robert Owen has set the standard for the rest to follow. There's absolutely no doubt about that. A 98 average in his first game, a 4-0 success against McEwen, followed by that 96.97 against Kevin Garcia just there. But we've seen some special stuff from McEwen today as well. Following that 4-0 defeat, he then beat Michael Huntley by 4-0. Whereas for McGurk, maybe we're just waiting to see him really live up to type on day 2 here at the Super Series. But it looks as if in this group we're starting to see the splits begin to emerge between the top 3 and the bottom 3 as Marco Meyer calls out the first instructions of the game. And that is to say, game on.
That split will obviously decide where the players play their rest of the week as well. Those that split go to the bottom half will be coming back on Thursday morning to take part in Group C, where players 2 and 3 will be moving over to Group B, where they'll be joined by 3 more players. And 3 players will be qualifying out of the 5. So an advantage there for going into Group B. And then there's a massive advantage for winning Group A because you get to bypass Thursday and Friday and you'll be coming back on Saturday for the final.
60.
Get to spend 2 days off in Portsmouth.
Football's on tonight, isn't it? Portsmouth versus Oxford.
Indeed, cannot wait for that.
140.
Be a good game, that. 2 good sides going head-to-head down at Fratton. You know, I see on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire last night, or the other night, Chris Kamara was on there, and one of the questions was about his famous incident at Fratton Park.
The red card one?
I don't know, Jeff. Was there?
95.
Oh, they were bringing a sub on.
And let me guess, he got the question wrong as well.
Oh, he did get it right, thankfully.
57. Jim, you require 143.
Captain Portsmouth as well in his playing career. Chris Kamara.
$42. Shane, you require 144.
Not the best leave there for Jim, because that forces him to have to do a 3-dart finish on the 101. So could have used the 25 and the bull there to present himself a better opportunity than this. So to get this one out, he's going to need a single.
88.
He's going to need a treble, and of
Jim,
course,
you require 101.
to win the leg, he's going to need a double as well. There's the single. There's another single, so he will not be winning this one, or at least not winning
57.
it yet.
Shane, you require 56.
Tops hasn't been his friend today. He's been missing it really high and really low. That's low again.
36.
That's a well
Jim,
thrown
you
dart.
require 44.
What it does is present Jim McEwen an opportunity to break the throw, compound the misery on Shane McGurk, who's only got 3 legs so far today.
$24. Shane, you require 20.
McGurk is going to get another opportunity. McEwen passes a rare opportunity by.
Yeah, that's game short.
And the Irishman can take full advantage. He leads McEwen by a leg to 0.
Second
How
leg is
desperately he could do
game on
with a win. 3 and 2 yesterday. Well, if he's going to repeat the feat today, which he says he's going to have to stay in contention, well, he's going to have to win every game from here.
27.
And in his other games, amongst them, he has to still take on Robert Owen. McEwen being obviously the other one.
45.
Sort of feel if Jim doesn't get the win here, that Robert Owen's going to start to
45.
produce space between himself and Jim. Realistically, despite the win, space between him and Shane, because this is a new round of fixtures. So Robert will have a game in hand. That comes next against Michael Huntley.
180.
Shane McGurk fires in 3rd maximum of the day, 2 in his last game. Was in defeat 4-2 to James Hurrell. But Jim 41 is not at the races in this game.
Not at all.
$94.
It's either been hot or cold for McEwen so far today, hasn't it? I mean, in that game against Huntley that he won 4-0, he averaged 89.73, but that was mainly because of a burst right at the very end of the game.
What a quality burst it was. 6 perfect darts. 180, 170. That was your game. Jim McEwen's won both games so far on the bullseye.
55.
A long way away from having a shot at anything at the moment. The throw is under threat. This is sometimes the advantage of when you throw first. If you can get the hold and the break.
42.
So much pressure
Shane,
on
you
leg
require
three,
127.
What you got to do is hold that one. You're one away.
You get the opportunity to set your stall out. Didn't have to go for the bullseye that time, McGurk. So size to square up, set up, and leave 30. He's going berserk.
180. $122.
Maybe the kettle is coming to the boil.
Yeah, this is better. This 140, 122, and this is against the throw. This is the time to do it. And actually, they've gone 2 completely different ways around it. But they've both left 239. Down your local, that is pint for the marker. So we look forward to our pints in the commentary box.
Water, please.
And I'll have a
59.
Coke.
Shane, you require 161.
Tell you what, could do with a nice Lucasade. It's the answer to everything in life. You got a cold? Lucasade. Are you tired? Lucasade.
83.
Not recommended before bedtime.
No, no. No, it's Red Bull on a Thursday night session.
100. Shane, you require 78.
$54.24 for McGurk.
54.
So McEwen
Jim,
gets presented with an opportunity
80.
on 80. Should get a dart at tops.
Got to stay straight, something that he hasn't done all session. He's done it here.
Yeah, that's game short in the third line.
Jim McEwen.
Jim McEwen.
He was asked the question and he's responded with a great answer. That's a breaker throw. It's a 14-dart leg. The best of the game so far.
Forward leg is Jim
he
the throw
starting
first.
to warm to the task?
Game on.
He has upped it and then some here. He's brought the average up by about 16 points.
95.
This is where winner's instinct comes into play here. McEwen hasn't played well, but he's finding a way for himself.
180.
That is a quality 180. And when you look at someone who follows a dart, that is a perfect example of that. Jim McEwen could follow the dart here. He can bunch them really tight together with his tapered nose.
180.
Said it's getting warm. It's like we've gone to Spain all of a sudden.
Boiling
55.
up. It's Costa del Tungsten.
$96.
Imagine Jim being the sort of guy that likes a week in Spain. Sunday roast, game of bingo in the evening. Stroll on the beach. That sort of character, isn't he? Very chilled.
99. Jim, you require 130.
And he is a very, very relaxed guy off the hockey as well. Very good at keeping everything together.
Yeah,
and you have to come back from 2-0 down. And that's a 14 followed by a 12. And Jim McEwen has flicked the switch here.
Fifth flag is
Jim McEwen should just go play a bit of soft tip darts where you throw at the bullseye all the time, because that's another bullseye finish for Jim McEwen.
68.
As Martin Adams said in the commentary box last week, we love a bit of bully.
Speaking of bully, Terry Jenkins won one of the ADC tournaments recently this past weekend, which obviously that's now a qualifying route that gets you into the Super Series. So if he attends a few more tournaments, we might be seeing Terry Jenkins stepping up on this stage soon, which would obviously be very good preparation, because you'd think that he's going to be in that World Seniors Championship again in February.
Yeah, small names I'm sure will be announced in due course, 82. But what a lineup we have so far for it. And of course, a quarter of the players will be qualifiers as well. And you'd think that Jim McEwen at the qualifying score for the event in a couple of weeks' time is going to be a heavy favourite to feature at the Circus Tavern in February. And if you do want to come and enjoy the World Seniors, then you can do. It's dartshot.tv to get your tickets for a 4-day feast of darts with some of the 59. Biggest legends that the sport has ever seen.
Including the very biggest one, Phil Taylor. Do you feel like we're going to see Taylor lift a 42. Title next year?
He got close on 2 occasions, and in fairness, it took 2 good performances to dispatch of him. And you were in Hull for the match play, and Robert Thornton
100.
It felt as if his name was on the trophy. He had to go through the hard part of the draw, but he found ways of just getting over the line and winning.
91.
There was times when he could have been, maybe should have been eliminated, especially in that semi-final against Martin Adams. But he just carved an opportunity, carved his way over the winning line. Tots and McEwen.
100. Shane, you require 160.
Same thing for Shane, but he's going to need to have 2 trebles. He's not finding one, so Jim McEwen could completely turn this around. He was 2-0 down in this game.
95.
And this would be for a break of throw and give him the darts to get this wrapped up. You would not have predicted that a few minutes ago.
Yeah, that's game short in the 5th.
How quickly a darts match can change, because Jim McEwen has upped his average by 24 points over the last 3.5 legs. Midway through leg 2, he was averaging in the mid-60s. It's now 90.26. This tenacious Scotsman just finds ways.
140.
He knows how to go through the gears. He knows when to find the spark. And he is doing it all here.
60.
And has already put a bit of a sizable gap between him and Shane in this leg. This is where he's just going to be thinking 1 treble. 1 treble every throw.
96.
And that is going to be near on impossible to catch when Shane opens with a 60. He's going to make a good go at it, though.
123.
And that's awkward, because that now means he needs an extra treble. Changing the 1 on the end there to an 8. If he'd have stayed straight, Ton would have been fine. Now a 140 is not even enough to leave him a finish.
133.
That's the importance of staying straight.
And the thing is, McGurk hasn't regressed at all. He's averaging 84. It's kind of what he's been averaging the whole game. McEwen has just upped it. He hasn't been able to
58.
Follow suit. And so McEwen has 6 from 132 to seal the win. And have to go the flashy bullseye route.
60.
60 will do, and McGurk back on 260.
The way he's been hitting the ball all day, you'd probably say just do it anyway, Jim. 3 finishes already on the ball. 170, 130 and 81.
85. Jim, you
Double
require
11 bullseye.
72.
I would if I was Jim, yeah. Going to leave tops. No, he's not. He's going to set up tops.
McGurk in the background thinking, why couldn't I have left myself on a finish and something handy to put the pressure on that mistake? He's going to put some pressure on it now.
93.
But this is for the
Jim,
win.
This
is for the comeback. This is for the tungsten turnaround.
Game.
And Jim McEwen puts on a spurt to the line to get the better Shane McGurk by 4 legs to 2. An 89.04 average does it in the end for Chucky. McGurk hit 3 maximums in that match, but it wasn't to be enough. 2 from 9 on the doubles, plaguing him in the end. 4 from 11 for McEwen, including that 130 high checkout. Those big checkouts have been swinging things in his favour so far today. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's going to be the beginning of round 3 of our fixtures as Michael Huntley takes on Robert Owen in the all-Wales battle.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Well, it was looking unlikely at one stage, wasn't it? But Jim McEwen has turned things around in that last match to get his 2nd victory of this morning's session. As you can see, a 4-2 victory for him in the end there. Shane McGurk will have been shocked at just how easily he established a 2-0 lead in that match. And as for Jim McEwen, well, it was a real below par performance from him early on, but that dip didn't last too long. He upped his level from the mid-60s in order to turn the tide in that one, and then produced a superb 130 checkout with his 3rd bull finish of the week so far. A sublime way to turn the tide in that one and get another 2 points on the board. Again, keeping pressure on Robert Owen at the top of the league standings. And it is, of course, Rob Owen who's up next in the battle of the men from Penabont. Of course, Rob Owen has really set the standards here this morning. A 4-0 victory to open things, followed that up with another whitewash victory, and he didn't allow Garcia a single dart at the outer ring in that last match, finishing with 40% checkout success himself in that one. And of course, when he played his good pal Michael Huntley yesterday, it was the same outcome in this one as well. A 4-0 victory for him in that one. A real convincing display from Robert Owen. Will it be more of the same in this one? Lads, back over to you to find out.
Thank you very much indeed, Abby. And Robert Owen is the man to beat here in Group A, but he's playing one of his best friends in Michael Huntley, and we know how the friendship dynamic can sometimes go one way or t'other in darts matches. Will the power of friendship be too much for Robert Owen in this one, I wonder?
I used to be the total opposite. I was here a couple of weeks back with Aaron Beanie, good friend of mine, and I wanted to destroy him because I didn't want him to be able to say that he'd beat me, and I had 298 averages against him. So there you go, Aaron. Lost both of them. But Robert's going to be thinking the same here. You don't want your friends to have one up on you because there's a lot of group chats that go on in the darting world, and you certainly don't want anyone to be having one up on you.
It's a bit like the puns in the commentary box. We
can't have throw first. Game on.
Anyone outdo each other on the puns, can we?
100.
Last time we saw Michael Huntley, he's on the receiving end of that 170 finish for the match from Jim McEwen, a 4-0 defeat. But he's had 3 games now where he can just sit and watch and have a bit of time on the practice board, do what he needs to do and regroup and come back and try and get a victory over the star performer of the day so far, Robert Owen.
100.
Averages of 98 and 96 in his first 2 matches.
60.
And by far the standout performer of the day. It's not actually the biggest average of the day, though, because James Hurrell got a 99.37 in his 4-2 win against Shane McGurk.
95.
They still need to play each other yet, don't they? The 2 performers of the day so far, Robert Owen
100.
and James Hurrell. James Hurrell's next against Kevin Garcia. And then that game will be coming later on between the 2. It could be one of those games where they both have
41.
Perfect records until that point.
You feel if Robert Owen wins that game against Hurrell, he is more than in pole position to go on and
100.
win the group, because not just would he have a points advantage, he would also have that big leg difference swing in his favour. If both win their respective games, which the bookmakers say
45.
that they will do.
Require 101.
You mentioned what's the friendship like. They played each other yesterday. It was a 4-0 victory for Robert Owen.
53.
So there was certainly no friendship up there.
120.
And Robert Owen's kept that going today. 4-0 against McEwen, 4-0 against Garcia. And Michael Huntley could stop this run of legs with tops.
Yeah, that's
and that's
short
a great
in the first
dart
leg.
from Michael Huntley. And most importantly, that's actually a break of throw. No, it's not. My bad. I'm looking at yesterday.
Second leg is Robert to throw
That is the first leg he has dropped since the 4-2 win against Jim McEwen in game 14 yesterday. If he carried on a mesmeric run, then we would have been looking at the all-time stats for legs won consecutively.
100.
Which is actually held by Graham Usher. He won 16 consecutive
100.
legs in the Champion of Champions week. Early on in July, who we saw miss out in the final of
100.
the inaugural Super Series final to Conan Whitehead. Many congratulations again goes to him.
100. 60.
For the first time in this leg, someone doesn't score 100. 5 scores of 100. Can Robert make it 4 on his column? We mentioned earlier that these trebleless visits
43.
are a strong point of Robert. He doesn't have many of them.
I feel like after 6 darts each and 2 tons, it should be like on the snooker when the 147 graphic comes up. The perfect 15.
Robert, you require 158.
Something aesthetically pleasing about it, isn't there?
58.
Yeah,
Michael, you require 141.
Where a player comes down just hitting hundreds. I think it happens more than it does.
109. Robert, you require 100.
Time for Owen. Tots for Owen. Double 10.
90.
Now things could get very
Michael,
interesting because
32.
Huntley has 32 for a 2-0 lead.
Seven.
Long way off. All three
Robert,
a long way off.
10.
And Robert step in and punish. That was a break opportunity for Michael. And he didn't get one more. That's at the 2s.
No score.
You can hear
Michael, you
the
require
reaction from
25.
Robert Owen. We'll see any reaction if Michael can take a 2-0 lead. And did have the throw for the 3.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Michael Huntley.
And suddenly, Messrs. Hurrell and McEwen will be huddled up in front of a screen in the practice room,
Michael to throw
watching
first.
on intently. Because Robert Owen, who has been the standout performer today, 2 averages in excess of 95, is struggling here. 2-0 down to close
99.
friend Michael Huntley, and he's averaging 78.67. He's missed 4 darts at double. But maybe he has just begun to click into gear.
This is first maximum of this match. He got 2 in his last game against
42.
Kevin Garcia, and 1 in his opener against Jim McEwen. So he's had a 180 so far in every one of his games.
A cry of, oh, Rob.
44.
As that first dart drifted into the single 5.
Just looking at yesterday's stats as well. He had a maximum in every single one of his games yesterday as well.
180.
And right on cue, Michael Huntley gets a 180 to leave 180.
140.
This has been a quality leg. 2 maximums, 140. Now on a finish after 9.
42. Robert, you require 137.
Takes the 7 off. 70 left. Choices. Can go at the 10s or the 18s. Chooses the 10s, which I'm surprised about because he always seems to prefer the 16s and 8s area. You have the option to do that by using the 18s.
60. Robert, you require 60.
To half the deficit.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg.
And the way that first dart laid on the bed gave him every opportunity just to almost use it as an aimer. And then he could, well, he pretty much crashed it off the flight and in. And Owen has stepped it up considerably here. Some 40 to start. And Huntley suddenly may be on the ropes a little bit
45.
despite needing 2-1 because, as I mentioned, Owen has just found another gear. This is what good players do. It's kind of akin to Jim McEwen in the last
59.
game where he struggled over the first couple of legs and then just found a way to just click into gear at the right time, the perfect time before the troubling start became something a bit more pertinent.
58.
Just get the vibe that this has to be now or never, really, for Michael.
140.
He has to stop the rot. He has to put something on Robert Owen that's going to stop him with this assault. As he is flying in his last leg and a half. So that left him on a bogey number.
Now, after the really good
26.
couple of legs, Huntley could have taken full advantage, but that is the worst possible time for 26. Because he should have put his fellow Welsh teammate
97.
under oodles of
Michael,
pressure. He didn't.
150.
As a consequence, he's only on 150, and Owen is back on 66, and suddenly it looks as if this game is going to level its way back up in no time at all.
$75. Robert, you require 66.
This is the biggest exchange of the game. Should get a dart. Pick tops.
Yeah, that's game
Quality.
short in the fourth leg.
Really good
Robert
dart there
Owen.
from Robert Owen to level up the game. Keep his hopes alive of keeping this clean sweep going today.
Fifth
With
leg,
2
it's
wins
Michael the
already,
throw
both
first.
4-0.
Game
Can't
on.
win this one 4-0, but he can still take the points.
Well, he's 2 hits from his last 2 doubles after missing his first 5.
40.
You feel from here there's only going to be one winner.
85.
Tell you one thing though about Michael that I've just seen
85.
is that emotion don't really change depending on the circumstances in the match. He's very good at keeping himself level,
100.
whether he's in a good space or not.
Maybe you could take up the moniker of Poker Face now that Magnus Carris no longer plays. So Poker Face is available.
I wonder how much the Lady Gaga royalties would be.
140.
One of the artists of my childhood, Lady Gaga.
140.
Year 5 at school. Paparazzi and Poker Face.
Makes me feel old.
That was the same year as the 2010 World Cup in
Michael,
South
you
Africa.
require 96.
Oh, there were some vibes.
Was that the year of the Vuvuzela?
Oh, yes. We actually had a letter
78.
to the
Robert
school that
Uruguay,
vuvuzelas were
76.
banned because everyone came in one day with vuvuzelas and all you heard in the playground was a racket of vuvuzelas.
Let's see the problem.
Yeah, that's
no
game
problem
short
with
in the
that.
fifth flag.
From Robert Owen
Robert
again.
Owen.
Finds the middle part of the bed. He's turned this game around. He went 2-0 down. And then he started
Sixth
picking up
flag,
the
it's
stats,
Robert
picking
to
up the
throw
averages,
first.
and with that, he's
Game
picking
on.
up the legs. And he's now throwing for the match, and his 3rd consecutive win of the day, which would give him, from today's work, 6
60.
points and plus 10 legs.
We say 3 in 2 days do you a heck of a lot of a good. Robert Owen would get onto that
41.
magical 3-win mark if he can win one more leg. And it looks as if he's going about his business quite nicely.
180.
It's been his poorest performance of the day, but he's averaging 89.5, so you know you're playing well
137.
for calling that below par.
$41.
Been a decent performance from Michael
60.
Huntley. He has brought a slightly improved standard today and certainly going the right way. Looks like he's settling into task nicely.
180.
But he's not being allowed to settle because Owen's left tops after 12. To seal the match, to seal a 3rd consecutive victory and to
97. Robert, you require
seal
40.
his place as the man in Group A.
Game.
And
shot,
Owen is the
and
man
match.
making the march on
Robert
Tuesday
Owen.
here at the Super Series. He beats Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 2. And so Super Stack Attack makes it 3 wins in a row with a 91.18 average. He's not had an average underneath the 90 mark so far today. 3 maximums to his name, 4 from 9 on the doubles, a 76 high out. Robert Owen is a 4-2 victor in that one. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's Kevin Garcia up against James Hurrell.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Robert Owen has just made it 3 wins from 3 on the second day of action here in Group A. It was a 4-2 victory over his good friend and fellow Welshman Michael Huntley in that one. Well, from Rob Owen, it was a bit of a Jim McEwen approach from the previous match in that one, wasn't it? A really lethargic opening 2 legs, languishing in the mid-70s, but from there he kicked into life, scoring heavily and going out in 15 and 18 to get back level, and then he really motored towards the finish line from there. 4 out of 9 on the outer ring in that one. We can have a look then at what that does to the league table. Rob Owen out on front, of course, and it is, of course, James Hurrell who can close the gap once more if he is to get the 2 points in this next match. Rob Owen, just look at that superior leg difference as well from those 2 whitewash victories in his opening 2 matches. It is Kevin Garcia against James Hurrell up next for you. And Kevin Garcia, well, he'll just be hoping for a more competitive match, having had 0 attempts at the outer ring in that defeat to Robert Owen a little bit earlier on. But as you can see there, he did get his first victory in Group A a little bit earlier on today as well. That'll certainly give him confidence. As for James Hurrell, well, he's been incredibly consistent today, hasn't he? It was a 13-dart leg from him to get over the line in that last match. So then, will we see that same level of consistency from Hillbilly Hurrell in this next one? Lads, back over to you to find out.
Well, he's most certainly got the quality to do so, hasn't he, Abby? The Hillbilly, the man at the top of the WDF rankings. Didn't actually know about that until yesterday when he was told by our colleague, Mr. Nicholson, against Kevin Garcia, the Storm. And I feel maybe for him and Michael, the reality of Super Series life may be beginning to set in a bit.
Yeah, he's got a win on the board though now, Kevin. So that's going to be a positive to build on. He got that in the first game against Shane McGurk. Wasn't able to follow that though, was he? He lost 4-0 in the next one to Robert Owen, and this is going to be a tough battle as well. The way it's looking, it looks like Hurrell and Owen are going to settle down to battle out for the
First leg, it's
winning
Governor
position
throw
of Group
first.
A, the automatic qualification through to Saturday. Kevin now already has to start thinking at best Group B, but the main thing you can do really is start to get
139.
some positivity going, and that's the way you start it.
Because if your mindset isn't right, this is a competition format
41.
that can eat you up very quickly.
$134.
It's interesting Conan Whitehead saying in his winner's speech on Saturday that a lot of this tournament is about mindset because you're playing at very early times if you're playing in the morning.
91.
Then late at night if you're playing in the evening. You've got to get yourself set right for this tournament.
52.
Flexibility as well. Very, very key quality that you're going to need.
55.
Just a look at the score. He's 116. Comes down from the 19s. 4 19s in total with the left in tops. He is storming to this leg.
100. Gavin, you require 78.
He's going to have 6 starts to do it. Which should be 4 at the double.
Yeah, that's
Only
game
needs
short
the
in the
one.
first leg.
That's the
Gavin
thing with Kevin
Garcia.
Garcia, isn't it? He's got these combination shots, and that's sort of what's getting him these legs.
Second leg is James to throw first.
Couple
Game
more
on.
trebles. Not many, just a few more. He could be very competitive in this format.
I feel like that leg will give him a lot more
100.
confidence. It was a 15. Got it done first start at double on the back of a combination. Those are the sorts of little things that you can just build upon. And
99.
he just needs to find something that can get him going here.
Should get James going.
180.
And maximum, his first one of the game. It's took him just a leg and 2 throws to get his first one on the board. He hit 10 yesterday.
45.
Just dangerous, isn't he, James Hurrell? It's
140.
like an odour you just cannot emit. It's always lingering around.
60. James, you require
Sure.
81.
Friends and family of James Hurrell are going to be clipping that moment there, so they can remind James Hurrell his darts are like a lingering odour.
41.
I mean that as a positive. It's always
62.
there or thereabouts.
James, you require 40.
He's more than there and thereabouts in this leg. He's dominated it.
Yeah,
And
that's game short in
subsequently
the
wins
second
it in
leg.
15.
James Hurrell.
And he levels up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $97.
But again, Hull can win in different ways. Making a serious point out of the light-hearted joke. He can be impressive and win with
140.
99s and tons and beyond that. But he can also win the scrappy ones if he has to.
100.
That is why he's the #1 on the WDF circuit. You need to have more than just an A game. You need to be able to win when you're not at your best.
85.
And anyone who hits the top of any ranking system is capable of doing exactly that.
I'm very lucky to, when I have travelled the circuit, to spend a lot of time with James, and just finds ways. He's not always happy with his performances, but he finds ways to get through.
100.
I just wonder at Q School how big a threat he's going to be. Because if he plays like he has done the last couple of days there, he's not going to be far off a tour card.
Obviously, Q School comes in January, so good time to be hitting a little bit of form now and getting on the board and getting yourself ready. There's preparations in.
$60. James, you require 133.
And that nearly backed up my point.
93.
If he took out the 133 with
48.
Garcia back on 48, but he's going to get a go at double 16.
Yeah, that's game short and a bird.
And when he
leg.
gets a go
Kevin
at double,
Garcia.
by and large, Garcia gets it. Does so again here. Leads 2-1, and
Forward leg is James to throw first.
I was going to have
Game
to
on.
find something against the darts, but prerogative number 1 is to hold and level us up at 2 apiece.
45.
This completes the 3rd round of fixtures for the day. Game 10 sees Huntley and McGurk go toe-to-toe. We'll then have a
97.
little chat with Abby up on the balcony before we then head towards the final furlong of Tuesday here at the Super Series. We'll then return tomorrow morning, 9:30 AM on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. It's going to be Mr. Edgar and Paul Nicholson will be back in this commentary box tomorrow
100.
for the rest of the week. See who will take top honours in week 1. And don't forget, if you are watching us on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, do give us a subscribe.
100.
Plenty of content coming up for you alongside the live action. The player interviews, behind the scenes, bonus content, all sorts of things like that. So do stick with us. And of course,
81.
if you're watching in the UK, hope you're enjoying the action on Sporty Stuff TV, where we are with you for every session throughout the duration of the week.
96.
Plus, we'll have our tips and advice Thursday, Friday, Saturday night from 8:25. You or Nico doing that this week?
131.
Depends how
Gavin,
James
you
Hurrell
require
gets on today, I
108.
suppose, doesn't it? Who's my pick for today to go get the wins?
76. James, you require 66.
To level us back up. He's going to get 1 dart. At tops, and that's all he needs.
James Hurrell.
To level us up at 2 apiece. And
Fifth
Kevin
flag,
Garcia
it's
is giving
Kevin
as
to
good
throw
as he's
first.
got, but
Game on.
Hurrell is just hanging in there. When the opportunity presented itself, he's by and large taken advantage. Really, that's kind of what both players have done throughout the match.
60.
They've had to work hard for their openings.
When they've got them, they both took them. 2 from 4 on the doubles, 50% apiece. Good return rate. But I think
59.
the alarming thing when you look at numbers is Kevin Garcia has not recorded a single throw over the 140 mark. You know James is going to challenge that column
97.
at the back end of this game.
Power scoring.
Ultimate
power. Higher power for Hurrell.
100.
This is so beautiful to watch.
135.
So I expect him to challenge that power scoring department soon, and then almost back-to-back 180s.
134. James, you require 127.
This would be for a break. Don't write Garcia off here. He's took out a couple of tongue finishers already.
Kevin, you require
he's playing
110.
much better today than he did yesterday. Really get a dart at the double. No. So James Hurrell will return.
James, you require 68.
For a 3-2 lead.
And for the break that he needs at some point in this game, he's going to get 2 darts at double 4 to obtain it.
Yeah, that's
and he gets it. And you could hear the emotion from the hillbilly. He knows how important that is because it gives him a 3-2 lead. It gives him the darts to seal the match and to keep pace with Robert Owen at the top of the table.
Pretty much right on cue, wasn't it? Back end of the game, he's looked strong so far this week. And then when it got to that point, 2-2, we looked at the 140 column. We said that's what's going to need to improve for Kevin Garcia. It didn't. And James Hurrell, once again, in that middle to back part of the game, starts finding his best. This could be the very best.
180.
Hang on a second.
59. James, you require 141.
Finish for the match. It's on. Oh, he just comes low on the 19s. That is an excellent effort from James Hurrell. 7 darts into the 9-7 treble 20s.
109.
But now the attention turns to winning the leg, which could go in 10 darts. That would be the best leg we've seen all week so far. 11 darter.
96. James, you require 32.
To win the match in some style. Oh, that's awkward. Has to step all the way across.
No score.
He is going to return. It's not a drama. It's not a panic.
Yeah, nothing Kevin can do from 249. And it doesn't look like he's putting much of a dent in that. Another
James,
6 starts now
32.
for James Hurrell to get this finished.
Game shots and
but he only needs the one. It's a 13 darter to win it for James Hurrell. He threatened the 9 in the deciding leg, but he seals a 4-2 victory against Kevin Garcia with a 93.82 average. Him and Robert Owen are putting real markers down for the rest of the field to follow. 4 maximums from the hillbilly in that one. 4 out of 10 on the doubles. A high check out of 68 is a 4-2 win for James Hurrell there. And so him and Owen look as if they're going to be the 2-2 beat. When we return after the break, we're going to head into the bottom half of the Group A table as Michael Huntley takes on Shane McGurk.
Well, just like Rob Owen in his last match, James Hurrell has just made it 3 wins from 3 there with that 4-2 victory over Kevin Garcia in his last match. Plenty of ebbs and flows in that one, both making the most of their opportunities early on, but ultimately Hurrell's superior score in the difference towards the back end of the match. He just found another gear that Garcia couldn't really emulate. He teased us, didn't he, in that last leg by going 7 into the 9 in that final one, eventually getting the job done in 13 darts. As I said, that makes it 3 wins from 3 on this second day of action in Group A. Next up then, we've got Michael Huntley against Shane McGurk, 2 players still looking for their first victory of the day. Shane McGurk in his last match, of course, establishing a 2-0 lead over Jim McEwen, but missed 2 at double 12 to extend that lead. And from there, McEwen found his feet in the match, and Shane didn't register another leg in that one. As for this one yesterday, well, it was Shane who did get the 4 legs that were required in that match. And it was a 63 finish, which we'll see once Jim McGuirk, there we go, getting that leg on the board. And in this one yesterday, as I just mentioned, it was Shane who got the 4 legs that he required, the 63 finish, to get over the line in the end. He was 4 out of 9 on the outer ring in that match, picking up the 2 points from this fixture. Right then, let's head into this match, shall we, and hand back over to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. We're going to have a little bit of a break from the top end of Group A. These 2 in the bottom half of the group. It's not been the brightest of Tuesdays for these 2 debutants so far, but they are looking to get their first points on the board of the day. Michael Huntley, the 50-year-old from Wales, one of the ADC representatives this week, one of 50 players that will be participating in this tournament from that system over the next 12 months or so, up against another debutant in Shane McGurk, aged 27 years of age. Aged to 27 years of age? It's been a long morning. Won 3 of 5 yesterday, but yet to get off the mark on Tuesday. What is going to give in this particular battle, I wonder, Matthew Edgar?
First leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
If we look at yesterday's performance, Shane showing us a lot more, even in defeat, than what we've seen so far from Michael. And for that reason, you've got to make Shane favourite here.
55.
We've got some real big games coming up, haven't we, soon? James Hurrell still got to play Robert Owen. That's in 2 games' time.
100.
James Hurrell also against Jim McEwen. Sort of feel if Jim McEwen loses that, he's going to start losing
100.
Momentum, but space between the 2 of them. There will be a gap appearing.
The M word.
80.
I was trying to avoid it, but my vocabulary isn't big enough.
You need a thesaurus. It's like a dictionary, but
22.
Is that the one with the long neck and 4 feet?
$43.
Henry will be back in 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Found that much funnier than perhaps it actually was.
$140.
That's what Shane was doing yesterday. When he had the one dart just sat up nicely in the bed, being able to follow it and just put it underneath. And he's already gave himself about 100 points.
121. Shane, you require 138. $41. Michael, you require 103.
And when it comes down to the back end of the leg against that setup shot, Shane McGurk a little bit sloppy.
$87. Shane, you require 97.
Tops. But break a throw in the opening leg.
Shane McGurk.
And nicely done by Shane McGurk to get on the board. 17
Second
dart leg to
Shane
start.
to throw first. Game on. 100.
And of course, you can get in touch with us on Twitter at MSS Darts. Do get involved.
60.
Do have a little bit of fun. Send in your comments. Do keep them clean, though.
100.
And it doesn't have to be about darts. We can have a little bit of fun about anything and everything.
85.
We just won't talk about politics. Let's leave that out today.
95.
Solid, I think is the word to describe this one so far from Shane. A major treble in all 3 visits. When you've got the darts, it's going to force your opponent to be thinking 12.
45.
You're forcing your opponent to play good stuff against you, aren't you?
64.
And maybe the first leg, you could perhaps argue went against the run of play, but ever since he took the pop on the 97, he's been the one on top.
140. Shane, you require 142.
Like the fact the scores look quite level. They are very far apart
58.
in terms of darts matches because Michael Huntley cannot do anything on 171. So that was a free shot really there from Shane. Didn't make the most of it.
131.
out
Shane,
in the
you
last.
require 84.
May have to take the 84, but 79 left.
44. Michael, you require 40. 20.
Chance missed.
Shane, you require 40.
'Edging closer,
No score.
but not close enough.
Michael,
So
you
Huntley will get a
require
second crack
20.
at double 10.
This is the sort of thing you expect to see when you've got 2 players playing the 4th match of the day and they've lost all 3 so far.
No score.
It is tetchy,
Shane,
it
you
is
require
nervy.
40.
But McGurk gets another opportunity.
Yeah, that's
And
game
in
short
fairness,
in the
every
second
single
leg.
dart thrown at
Shane
Tots
McGurk.
wasn't too bad. He gets there in the end. 5th dart in hand. Leads by 2 legs to
Third leg
0.
is Michael
and
to throw
halfway
first. Game on.
Towards his first victory of Tuesday at the Super Series.
Could do with a big win from somewhere if he's going to be pushing for contention for Group B.
85.
He's going to need to get some legs on the board as well as points.
$100.
Are these two playing for Group B honours now? Is the group win
85.
out of the equation for both?
With the standard that we're seeing from Robert Owen and James Hurrell, I'd say yes.
140. 60.
Feels like one of those days, and sometimes in this
91.
commentary box, we feel this way, where we struggle to really know what to make of it at times. We know that Hurrell and Owen are making the moves, but below that,
140.
it's been
Shane, you
quite hard to
require
read what the rest of the
170.
field are doing.
Yeah, you wouldn't have really predicted Kevin Garcia
32.
beating Shane McGurk.
Michael, you
despite the fact
require
he had the advantage of throw.
131.
Shane McGurk was a strong favourite with the bookies for that one.
$99. Shane, you require 138.
138 for 3-0. Won't be done. So Huntley returns for double 16.
89.
Half the
Michael, you
deficit to
require 32.
bring it back to 2-1.
$24.
You never felt that
Shane,
was
you
going to go.
require 49.
It's his 10th missed start at the double there in this game alone.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Has
third
been
leg.
punished.
Shane McGurk.
We said Shane McGurk needs legs. He's got 3. If you can get this wrapped up in this one,
Fourth leg, it's
that
Shane to
plus
throw
4 legs in
first.
the legs
Game
column
on.
is going to put him back in contention, certainly for Group B.
And it puts him back on 0. So it puts him back on an even kilter.
140.
And after that visit, you make him heavy favourite to do so. McEwen and Garcia up next.
174.
And a 174, the Dundas. There's always a little smile on Marco's face when that shot gets called.
100.
They have a competition at Lakeside every single year, the referees, over who can get the most 174s. And Anthony this year got to about Saturday
85.
about one. Got himself a 174. And I'll tell you now, the face that he pulled when he came off stage was a picture. You got a
100.
rapturous round of applause. It's one of the, if you've never seen it, after the session, head onto YouTube and type in Anthony Dundas 174. It really is quite the sight.
60.
Or sound.
Shane, you require 161.
Sound of game shot is what Shane McGurk wants to hear. Not going to happen this time, but going to return with Huntley back on 182.
90. $140.
Boy, is it going to be
Shane, you
under severe
require
pressure.
71.
One dart
31.
at tops.
Michael, you require
The story of the
42.
game really has been about tops. It may hinge and change on double 16, mind.
26.
Or maybe not.
Shane, you require 40.
To seal his first victory of the day, 4-zip. It's 4-0. It's tops.
Game.
To seal
shot,
it for
and
Shane
the match,
McGurk. That's
Shane
his first
McGurk.
victory of day 2 here in Group A for Shane McGurk. The arrow found his intended targets to get the better of Huntley by 4 legs to 0. 4 out of 11 on the doubles, but 0 from 12 from the Welshman on the outer ring was his downfall there. And so a 4-0 victory for Shane McGurk. We're going to take a short break. I'm going to head up onto the balcony to have a chat with Abigail Davies. And then upon our return, we're going to see Jim McEwen against Kevin Garcia.
good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Shane McGurk has just come through with a whitewash victory to get the better of Michael Huntley in that last match. Henry Deacon alongside me to discuss it. That performance from Shane, yes, it was just an 80 average, but so important to get that first victory. Do you see him still having a chance of getting into Group B?
Yes, but then I think he's going to have to rely on external factors though as well to do so. I think we said before the game here, Matt Edgar on commentary, someone just needs to get a win at some point. Doesn't always have to be pretty. You just got to find a way, and that's what Shane did to his credit. Helped by the fact that Huntley missed 12 darts at double, but look, when you're searching for a win, you just take it however it comes.
Yeah, and that for Huntley, as you said, 0 out of 12 on the outer ring in that one. Do you think he's resigned now to his fate being Group C for the remainder of the week?
I think so, yeah. He can maybe make a push, but I think he's going to have to probably win every game bar one to do so. So I think the next day and a half is going to be about playing yourself into form. We know from Group A's in the past that losing a few matches and finishing the bottom half doesn't spell disaster. We saw in the previous phase, Kieran Tian really struggle in the group and then go on and win the week. So it's not a case of you play poorly in Group A and it's all over for you. Of course you want to play well and get yourself into finals night automatically, but the second bite of the cherry, sometimes it's better for the players.
It is indeed, and you mentioned playing well. Well, someone who's certainly finishing well is Jim McEwen, who's up next. We can see the 130 here. Just can't miss the ball at the moment, can he?
He's loving it, isn't he? I think Matt Edgar said he should be playing a bit of soft tip if he keeps playing like that. But you know what Jim's like? He's a tenacious player, and if there's a slip up from Robert and James, he's going to be snapping right at their heels. You know, this is still a three-horse race, very much so. And, you know, he's going to get enough points just to keep himself interested, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see him taking the 1, 2, 3 out on the bull here as well. He also had that 81 finish on the bull this week. His finishing is certainly back up to where we saw it at the start of play yesterday. But I just want to mention James Hurrell whilst we're having this discussion, because he's got Robert Owen up next in the next match. We've talked a lot about Rob Owen, but Hurrell is there, isn't he, going toe-to-toe with him today?
Absolutely, and has the highest average of the day so far as well. But Robert had 2 really, really good games to start with. And then even in that last one, I mean, we're talking about averages of around 89 being poor performances. That's the level he's playing at. But you get the sense that game 12 is a massive, massive game for the group. If Robert Owen wins that particular battle, he may have maybe 3 fingers into the finals on Saturday night. If James Hurrell wins it, my word, is it game on.
Yeah, 3 fingers into the pie has just absolutely thrown me. I am very, very sorry. But let's get into match 11. Guys.
He'll be not looking for 3 fingers in the pie. He'll be looking for 3 darts in the treble here. Jim McEwen is a big 180 hitter. Been hitting a fair few of those today. Been playing pretty nicely today, Jim McEwen, going along doing what Jim McEwen does, which is averaging around about that 90 mark. Sort of par level is 91, so very, very fractionally under that, but that's hardly anything to be concerned about. Kevin Garcia lost all his games yesterday. He's got a win on the ball today. That came very early on. It was his opening game against Shane McGurk, and he's had a much improved level of performance. Last time out, he played James Hurrell. That was 4-2 with a 86. The only time we've seen the worst of him today was
First
against
leg is Jim the throw first. Game on.
Robert Owen. Robert Owen with a 4-0 victory over Kevin Garcia. So, realistically, the safest thing to say is we've seen everything from these players so far. The good, the bad,
60.
the ugly. And it's going to come down to who can produce it now. If you ask the bookies think that's Jim McEwen.
117.
And at the minute, it's hard to suggest against. Although most definitely Kevin's got better today.
40.
We see a lot from debutants that can be a double-edged sword sometimes. Sometimes the Tuesday can be better than the Monday. Sometimes it can regress the other way.
98.
But I think at the minute, Kevin can be happier about his Tuesday perhaps than Michael can be.
Yeah, Jim McEwen is still in the running here, isn't he, for
140.
winning this group and getting the automatic route through to Saturday. But he's going to have to beat James Hurrell, you feel, later on.
137.
James Hurrell coming up next against Robert Owen. That's a clash at the top.
May be able to put a hand in the final if he wins that game.
140. Gavin, you require 149. $59. Jim, you require 121.
So 1-2-1 for the opening leg for McEwen. Down we go. Treble 17 for the bullseye. He hasn't really missed this all day.
Yeah,
And he doesn't miss it this time.
Jim McEwen.
Perfect to the centre of the button.
So before,
Second leg, it's
Jim
Kevin the
just
throw
throw out the
first.
ball.
Game on.
150. 150. He can't miss.
97.
No miss McEwen.
The bully boy, McEwen. But for a different
85.
reason to the other bully boy.
I was going to say, Michael Smith will probably have a word or two to say about that.
57.
See him in action this weekend at the European Championships in Dortmund. Great time of the year, plenty of TV stuff coming up. We've got that. The Grand Slam, always a favourite of the year, and then the Players' Championship finals for Minehead for the big one. Alexandra Palace over Christmas, the World Darts Championship.
56.
A lot of our crew are going to be there, from commentators to referees, some of the backstage staff as well. Robert Owen's going to actually be playing in that tournament.
99. 99.
This is good from Jim. He's sort of got this level that he plays and he just clips along at his own pace, and it never really looks like he's doing much. Then you look at the average and see he's averaging over 100. Consistency.
44. 81. Jim, you require 148.
You've seen quite a few 100-plus finishes today. So the biggest one of them all, the 170, that was by Jim McEwen, and it was for the match.
58. Kevin, you require 111.
1-1-1 for 1-1.
91. Jim, you require 90.
I expect Jim to stay on the 20s here. Treble would leave him the 15s. 5 leaves him a mess, but it can still be recovered. 85. That's a bigger mess.
14.
That is a bigger mess than this commentary
Kevin, you
box.
require 20.
Actually quite clean for a change. 5.
15. Jim, you require
Now we can
76.
talk about messes.
Yeah, just a couple of bigger single numbers and he'd been on a simple shot. This is going to give him just one dart at the double. It's going to be tops. He likes it up here.
56. Kevin, you require 5.
5 in bits. Some people now go 3 for double 1, especially when they're feeling a little bit edgy. Kevin's going straight for the 1. For the 2s.
Yeah, that's game short and a
2s
second
never
leg.
lose, as
Kevin
they say.
Garcia.
They certainly don't lose for Kevin Garcia. The Storm levels up the game.
Third leg is
One
Jim to
apiece,
throw
and
first.
That was
Game on.
23 darts. And that's what we've seen from Jim McEwen, really, today, isn't it? We've seen moments of brilliance, and then people are able to win legs in 23, 24, 25 sort of darts.
It's been uncharacteristically inconsistent
96.
at times. And he'll be the first to give that kind of appraisal. He's very honest about his game and where he's at.
96.
And in fairness, most darts players are. It's not like a football manager that gets tanked 4-0 and says, well, our team still played well. They're very honest about how they've played and how they performed.
I'd say, if anything, dart players are a bit hypercritical. Take everything to heart, expect to hit everything. Sometimes can be a little bit hard on themselves.
99.
That is a good dart for Jim. A bit of a snatch with dart 2. And that's
66.
unfortunate. That was a well-thrown dart, just went to the wrong side of the wire and only scored 66 points.
Garcia going down on 306.
44.
Yeah, and just another one of those games where just waiting for something to really spark it into life.
133.
There's some excellent stuff from Hurrell and Owen, but I just feel like the rest of the field have
98. Jim, you require 126.
yet to have that real big moment today.
Big moment could be in the next. Robert Owen versus James Hurrell. Two players up there at the moment battling it for that top position. Will take each other on, and someone has to lose. Because so far, neither of them have tasted defeat at any point today.
92. Kevin, you require 164.
Bullseye.
Yeah, that's game short in the
spectacular
third
from
leg.
Garcia
Kevin Garcia.
to break the throwing style. And maybe that was the moment
Forward
we were
leg, it's
talking
Kevin to
about.
throw first.
That
Game
gives
on.
the game a real kickstart.
I think the most important thing there was that was actually a breaker throw as well. So Kevin Garcia, all things considered,
100.
just made himself very slight favourite to get his second victory of the day. There is a storm of brewing.
$100. 97.
This is sort of the best we've seen from Kevin, really, in the sense of a consistent patch where we've not got the treble visits in there, and
45.
actually looking now like he could open up a gap in the scoreboard, showing the darts that won him this spot through that qualification route on the ADC.
44.
You can see written all over Jim's face. Not happy with the throw.
96.
Look happy with it early, then hit 180, 170, shook the guy's hand and walked backstage.
How about that for thank you very much. See you later.
96.
And if McEwen loses this, you sense it then turns into a two-horse race for top place. And if Owen beats Hurrell, then maybe it could be a coronation come tomorrow.
82.
A will end
Kevin, you
tomorrow.
require
So
164.
by the end of play tomorrow, we'll know who's going to be taking part in Group B, C, and who goes direct through to finals night.
92.
Kevin Garcia can win this. That'll be a huge dent in the chances of Jim McEwen. And almost opens it up. If Robert Owen beats James Hurrell, he will put some serious gap between him and the rest of the field.
140.
Some way to pile the pressure on, and so Garcia, 72 for a 3-1 lead. He's been okay at these types of finishes.
32.
He's not going to get a go. That's a little bit of a mess. So McEwen returns for 38. It looks as if he's going to go straight for the double 19.
Cannot take it
no
now.
Score.
Thus the
Kevin
score.
Urquhart, 40.
Would have been better setting that one up. Just in case Kevin misses
that's
his top, which he doesn't. Puts that right in the middle.
Garcia.
Kevin Garcia holds the throw and opens up the gap, and now he's got 3 chances.
Fifth flag is Jim to throw first.
In order to get his
Game
second
on.
win of the campaign.
And to severely derail McEwen's hopes of qualifying for Saturday night. By Group A at least anyway. He'll return for either Group C or Group B on Thursday and Friday. 2 cracks at the whip.
Potential revenge from Kevin Garcia. He lost this fixture yesterday, 4 legs to 1.
57.
McEwen 4 out of 6 on his doubles in that one. He only hit 1 out of 4 here.
$96. 60.
So at the very start of the day, Kevin Garcia on the outer ring, pretty tasty. And again in this one, 42%. Just the odd too many trebleless visits, isn't it?
180.
Well, there wasn't too much troublous about that.
58. Jim Urquhart, 130.
So to bring it back to 3-2. And maybe McEwen is doing what he's done earlier and just stepped it up towards the latter end of the game. Moves across for treble 10 to leave himself tops
90.
just above. But he knows he's got the luxury of time. Leaving tops after 12 for Garcia all the way back on 3-2-6. And so McEwen for 13 darter
96.
returns for the top double at the
Jim
very top of the
Urquhart,
board.
40. Yeah, that's
And
getting short
he
in the fifth
makes
flag.
no
Jim
mistake.
McEwen.
He's still in this game. And despite being 3-2 down, has an 8-point advantage
Sixth flag, it's Kevin to throw
in
first.
the averages.
Game on.
You feel if Jim McEwen is going to lose this game, it is going to be in this leg. If he gets this, he will be thrown first. And what we've seen of him so far is when he's in those
59.
last leg shootouts, he finds his best.
Saves his best till last. Saving his best
140.
for the crunch when it really matters.
45.
And in the first exchange of darts, Jim McEwen has got the advantage of the throw.
$95.
Sort of feel the tide turning here. Kevin's starting to get a bit more wayward. Jim's starting to tighten things up.
42. $140.
And at the minute, it feels like there's only one winner, and that's the man who's currently 3-2 behind.
$174.
What a time for
Jim
174.
126.
Doesn't really affect the leg too much in terms of Jim's control on it, because Jim will still get 6 darts at this one. But this will be his setup shot. It's the 26, 100 left. You would love a treble 20 here.
86.
Gets one. Tots for a level game upon his return.
57. Jim, you require 40.
It's a B for back-to-back 13 dart legs. Double 10. Fives. Has a look over at Garcia's score.
Yeah, that's game
Has
short.
to take it, does take it.
Jim McEwen.
And ironically, in one of the puncher marks that Garcia has set. And so, we go to a seventh and deciding leg
Game on.
for the first time today. It is Chucky who has the darts in the seventh.
And when you take a little glance at the table, we'll have a look at that probably at the end of this game. This is starting to become must-win territory for Jim McEwen, because this is the 9th game out of 15. So time is running out. You don't want to lose too much space on your rivals. Especially with Robert Owen having the darts against James Hurrell in the next. If Robert Owen can take that, he is going to become strong favourite for this group.
Starting to turn stack attacks away, isn't it? McEwen just hoping to hang in there.
57. $100. 57.
Biggest problem in Kevin Garcia's game has been treble-less visits. And he's just done 2 back-to-back when Jim McEwen's poked in a 140 and 100. That's why there is a 70-point gap plus these.
It's kind of been the story of Kevin's day. He's always found himself a score behind in legs. But these are lessons he can learn as the week goes on.
Jim, you require 131.
So 1-3-1 for McEwen for the comeback win.
$55.
Time on his hands. That comes because of the 140, 100, 100 in this leg.
90. Jim, you require 76.
Double 8, 2 in hand.
Game
to seal the win for Jim McEwen to keep himself in the race for top place here in Group A. He gets the better of Kevin Garcia by 4 legs to 3 as the pair have a little bit of a chat as they head off stage. Let's have a look there at the match stats from that one. It was an 89.09 average that won it in the end for McEwen, getting the game solitary max, 4 out of 11 on the doubles and a high checkout of 121. But the big one is coming up after this short break is Robert Owen against James Hurrell, and this could be a big game in terms of deciding the group.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Jim McEwen has just come through in a last leg decider to get the points on the board. It was looking like that victory was going to elude him at one point, didn't it? His hopes of topping Group A were almost dealt a significant blow. He started the match with his 4th bull checkout of the week to finish that 1-2-1, but Garcia responded really well, and with a 3-figure checkout of his own with that bull finish to complete the 1-6-4, he established a 3-1 lead. But from there, McGuirk again rallied and forced a decider, and with his last dart in hand, pinned 8-8 to complete yet another comeback. 4 out of 11 on the outer ring for him, an average just shy of 90 in that one for Jim McEwen. And as we can see what that does to the league table, of course, it's a really crucial victory for him to keep the pressure on the players in 1st and 2nd at the moment. Of course, it is that top of the table clash coming up next. Rob Owen against James Hurrell. Hurrell can draw himself level on points, but just look at Rob Owen's leg difference. He is plus 17 coming into this one. That thanks to the 2 whitewash victories, of course, in his opening 2 games of the day. Of course, it's James Hurrell with some superb scoring towards the end of his last match. Really helped him get that victory in that one. He teased us with a 7 perfect darts, missed the treble 19 to give himself a shot at the double, but he did close out that leg in 13 darts anyway to get himself over the line. As you can see, he certainly thought that was going. He certainly thought he was going to have a dart at the double to complete the 9. But Rob Owen, the winner when these two met yesterday, that double 18 to complete a 13 dart leg to come through in the decider in that one. This one has many connotations though at the top of the league standings. Who will get the 2 points, the all important 2 points? Lads, back over to you to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. Huge game upcoming between Robert Owen and James Hurrell. A win for Stack Attack puts him on to 16 points, puts him in a really powerful position in the group. A win for Hurrell will draw the pair level on points, but Robert Owen does have a sizable advantage in terms of legs difference. Hurrell wouldn't just want to get the win, he'd like to get it big. There's a 6-leg swing in the averages between the pair. Robert Owen plus 17, James Hurrell plus 11.
You look at the fixtures as well, James Hall's probably got it the toughest. He's first of all got to go against the darts here against Robert Owen, and then in the last game, playing Jim McEwen. Game that
first
set us off
leg,
yesterday.
it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Very good game of darts as well. Jim McEwen winning that just shy of 97 against James Hurrell's 97. 6 180s in that one. And absolutely no breaks.
100.
7 holds.
Well, if that trend continues, it's going to be very easy for us to predict.
100.
There's our referee, Marco Meyer. Great addition to the Super Series lineup.
81.
Really good referees as part of our team, as we mentioned earlier.
100.
Been refereeing at the top level now for the best part of a decade. Refereed a number of Lakeside finals, including the
81.
first half of this year's final in the men's competition between Neil Duff and Thibaut Tricot.
58. 60.
Praised Robert Owen earlier for those trebleless visits. He's still
43.
getting them here, but he's just losing the lie. A couple of 81s at the start of this game is why he can't take a finish now after the 12 darts he's thrown.
97.
Sets it up well.
140.
That's also a great
What would you
setup.
require? 82.
So both players with makeable finishes after 15.
62.
Tops he wanted. Tops went just
James
underneath. And so
60.
Hull returns for 60 for an opening leg breaker throw. And a crucial breaker throw at that. Well, he's only going to get one dart. At tops.
Robert Owen smiling
40.
quite often.
Robert, you
When you
require
stood
20.
behind that and you think, oh, I've got a chance. They tend to recover it. Not that time. Good lie that for Robert Owen. The flight.
Yeah, that's game
Gets there
short in the first leg.
On the double five with
Robert
the last one
Owen.
in hand. And most important thing, he's won the leg.
Most certainly Hull knows that he should
Second
have had
leg is
another
James
dart
to throw
at double.
First. Game on.
The miss on the big number at this level, at the top end of the group, are mistakes. They're unforced errors that you can't afford to have.
121.
And Owen is pushing on.
180.
Kicking on. Kicking into gear.
$100. $83.
Rise of the eyebrows, and I thought that was a nice lie, and obviously Robert thought the same. Just unfortunately caught the flight and took it into the treble one. But right now,
41.
I'd say Robert Owen making a move.
Here's the move or moving day.
140.
And this would be the biggest move of all if he can get the points against Hurrell. It will put him 4 points clear of the rest of the field after 9 matches played. And that's a huge advantage
140.
at this stage of the competition.
98.
Looking to double his advantage here with double 19. Wait, Robert starts live. That is
60.
not a problem.
James, you
Some people don't
require
like going at the bottom
99.
end of the board because they get a upright dart which sort of blocks the target. Robert sort of sit down very Taylor-like.
As James, for an example, wouldn't like it down on double 19. He'll be hoping that he loves the double 16 here.
67.
He doesn't, and so Owen returns. But the
Robert,
question
you
will
require
be
38.
split or hit.
Yeah, that's game short.
It
in
was the
second
latter
leg.
for a 2-0
Robert
lead. A
Owen.
13 dart breaker throw.
Third leg is Robert
Hurrell
throw
looks to the
first.
heavens
Game on.
for some divine inspiration. At the minute, there's no answers to his
43.
prayers. Instead, Robert Owen could be heading to the clouds
100.
above the rest of the league standings.
$100.
Sort of feel that Hurrell has to get this leg. Can't afford to go 3-0 down against Robert Owen.
100.
They did have a close game yesterday. Robert Owen taking that one 4-3. That one had 5 breaks of throw. So a little bit of encouragement there for James Hurrell, family, friends and supporters.
134.
Although the averages are fairly similar, just feels as if
42.
Robert Owen is just a level above James at this present moment in time.
Just all comes down to the timing, doesn't it? Every time we think, oh, you need to hit something, Robert Owen tends
60.
to do it.
99. Robert, you require 164.
He's himself on 160. Another one of them. Would have left the bullseye. It does leave the bullseye.
139.
My apologies.
James, you require 160.
Will this light up the blue touch paper for Hurrell? No. Not on this occasion. And Owen returns to 25 for a 3-0 lead to put him in full command of this match.
And his score lines today.
105.
4-0 against Jim McEwen.
Robert, you
4-0
require
against Kevin
25.
Garcia. 4-2 against Mike Huntley. And he could be about to go 3-0 up.
Yeah, that's
on
game
James
short in
Hurrell.
the third leg.
And this
Robert Owen.
will pull him miles clear on the legs category. And it'll give him a bit
Fourth
of a
leg
cushion
is James
on
to
the
throw
points column
first.
as well.
Game on.
Well, it put him 4 points clear, but effectively 6 because of the legs difference. Plus 17 for Owen to plus 11 before play got underway. As things stand, Robert Owen would be put on to plus 20 and
100.
James Hurrell plus 8. That is a 13 leg swing. That's a match
60.
and a half worth of games to make up on the leg difference for Hurrell. McEwen's on plus 6, so effectively Robert Owen would be 3 games in front
60.
with only 6 left to play. Beginning to look as if we're going to see Robert Owen back here on Saturday night if he can close out victory
81.
here. Then the battle lines will be drawn as to who will take second and third place, because Shane McGurk is
60.
keeping that battle, that race, very interesting indeed. Even though he's 4 points behind
81.
McEwen and Hurrell.
Shane McGurk's next game will actually be against Robert Owen. That's not kind of the fixture you want at the moment when you're looking for points, because Robert Owen
60.
has just been destroying players today.
$100.
It's just a Robert Owen that dominated the Challenge Tour along with Scott Williams this year. This is a Robert Owen that's going to be playing on the PDC Pro Tour come the beginning of 2023. And he's 179 points away from wrapping up a 4-0 victory against his nearest rival in the group, James Hurrell.
99. James, you require 121.
This 1-2-1, quite simply, has to go. Interesting play, 25's first.
65. Robert, you require 80.
For the match.
Game, shot, and a
Tots
match.
for Owen seals a
Robert
4-0
Owen.
victory and a win that perhaps puts him on the cusp of qualification through to Saturday night's final. A 4-0 destruction of the Hillbilly James Hurrell with an 85.89 average, 1 max to his name, 4 from 11 on the doubles, a high out of 80. James Hurrell only having 2 darts at double in that particular match, and Robert Owen may well be the runaway leader now in Group A. He's 4 points clear with a way superior legs difference, a 14-leg swing to James Hurrell, a 15-leg swing to Jim McEwen, and 4 points clear at the top. We're going to head down to a bottom of the table battle now between Kevin Garcia and Michael Huntley after this short break.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Rob Owen has just completed his third whitewash victory of this morning's session. Another clinical and convincing display from him in that one. These were the two players set in the standard coming into this match, but it was Rob Owen who maintained that level in this one, keeping his unbeaten record intact for day two. That's 4 out of 4 for the Welshman. James Hurrell with one dart at the outer ring in the opening leg, dragged the dart low, and Rob Owen punished from there. He had just one more dart at double in the entire match, as you can see there. For Rob Owen, that was another clinical display from him. 4 out of 11 on the outer ring, an average just shy of 86. And you feel that the Welshman's grip on Group A is certainly tightening. We can have a little look at the league table now and see that he is now out on 16 points, and look at that superior leg difference. It looks like if anyone is to maybe topple him from the top, it will need to be by points, because nobody is anywhere near him on leg difference. So a superb day for the Welshman, with just one more match for him to play today. Next up, we've got the other Welshman in the field, Michael Huntley, who is yet to win a match on day two. It's been a completely opposite day for him, hasn't it? But he did take out this 120 en route to establishing a 2-0 lead over Robert Owen earlier on today. But from there, Robert Owen really started to motor in that match, didn't he? And completed a 4-2 win in that one. As for Garcia, well, he took out a superb 164 checkout in defeat to Jim McEwen. It looked like he was going to get a huge 2 points on the board in that one, but McEwen from that position really started to settle into that match. So then, who's going to come out on top in this one? Can the Welshman get his first 2 points of the day? Let's find out, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. They will claim their first win of the day. It's a battle between the two ADC qualifiers. Michael Huntley against Kevin Garcia. Garcia, the 40-year-old from St Helens, nicknamed the Storm, throwing a 25 grand dart. Meanwhile, for Huntley, the 50-year-old from Wales, throwing a 22 gram dart. And as I mentioned, a representative of the ADC system. We're going to see plenty more players come through that qualification route as the year goes on. And it gives players the opportunity to aspire to be here. And the players that do get to come here will learn a lot from the experiences of being here.
Yeah, especially when you come into Group A. You know, you're looking at about 25 matches of darts at a minimum in front of the cameras in short formats. 25 games over a week. That's some good experience, a good time to play yourself into some form as well.
100.
Both these players have shown us glimpses, haven't they? Some big finishes, some 180s. If they can just find a little bit of consistency,
82.
You think that's just going to be the key to getting the win in this one.
And they can invite their way back as well automatically if they do well
40
over the week. Of course, there's going to be the added bonus, I suppose, of going back through the ADC criteria. I mean,
81.
They're going to announce in the coming weeks the full qualification criteria for the ADC route into the Super Series in due course. So stay tuned to the
100.
ADC's social medias for that. Because last time we had a couple of qualifiers,
46.
we
Michael
honoured one of the talents of the Super Series in Conor Heenahan.
97.
Got the first and to date only 9 dart finish here at the live lounge.
80. Michael Unicorn is
12
64.
starts, 4 visits. Michael Huntley throwing at a finish. And you'll get a dart at 16 for a break.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
Finishing's been pretty tidy, hasn't it, across the day, especially on those combination shots. And especially down in this bottom left-hand side of the
Second
board.
leg
Loves
is
the
Michael
16s,
to
he
throw
loves
first.
it there.
Game on.
Takes a 1-0 lead.
I think it's been a similar story for both. It's just been the scoring phase that has perhaps undone
100.
them at points during the day. Because this is their final
59.
matches of day 2, so they will depart the scene after this match. They'll have the rest of their day to themselves to do as they wish.
60.
But if you were these two, what would you be doing overnight? Or do you almost treat tomorrow as a day just to kind of get yourself in the best possible shape for Thursday and maybe just put the darts down for a couple of hours?
Yeah, you've just got to get you ready for the rest of the week, haven't you? There's still another 3 days of play to go, hopefully 4 for them if they get through to Saturday. So it's all just about giving yourself the best opportunity. Don't try fixing a crisis point. Don't be standing on the board for hours on tonight. You've already played 10 matches in the last 2 days. You do not need to be throwing any more darts.
And joining the fray on Thursday and Friday in Group C, we've got a debutant in Mark Graham. Really looking forward to seeing him in action. Been told very, very good things about him. Played at the Lakeside in April. Martin Thomas, who made the finals of week 7 of the last phase. Reece Colley, the recent British Open champion, will be joining us, and we'll tell you about Group B at the start of the next leg.
49.
Because Huntley is on the verge of a 2-0 lead. Or is he?
140.
Pressure on the 52.
52.
Again, chooses the
Yeah, that's game
16s.
short in the second
And
leg.
again,
Michael
hits the
Huntley.
16s. 2 out of 2 in that department. That's why he's got the 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's
Garcia
Kevin to
is
throw
going
first.
to need to do something and quick.
And he's playing at a level above what he's played all day. He's averaging just under 94.
136.
And this is Group B on Thursday and Friday night. Pete Burgoyne, Richard North,
100.
and Scott Walters. Ouch.
Be a very chatty practice room, I'm sure.
57.
Very chatty one at this present moment in time. They weren't afraid to give a bit of grief when I got locked out of the commentary box.
100.
This is your final round of fixtures, so this is the last time you'll see the players today. Then we'll rejig the running order.
134.
Final day of play tomorrow, where we will be crowning a winner of Group A.
95.
It could potentially be over by the end of Game 5 tomorrow. Owen against Hurrell. Robert Owen wins that. I think it's done.
98.
Especially with the leg difference he's got. Robert Owen is coming next against Shane McGurk. Robert Owen
100.
today, 4-0 against
Kevin, you
Hurrell.
require 76.
4-0 against McEwen. 4-0 against Kev Garcia. 4-2.
Yeah, that's
Michael
game short in
Huntley.
the third leg. Kevin Garcia.
But it will not be 4-0 here as Garcia pegs a leg
Fourth leg
back.
is Michael to throw
In
first.
15. We hadn't
Game
actually seen him
on.
miss dart a double so far in this particular game. 3 darts at double aimed at, 3 darts at double hit.
59. 100.
And on the topic of the ADC, we're going to have their Undisputed Series matches played here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on the 10th of December. It's an earlier start, 6
81.
o'clock till 9 o'clock, that is. The day after the Untouchables event at the Guildhall in Portsmouth. So there's going to be a good weekend of darts on the South Coast that weekend. The Untouchables, the Undisputed Series, and then our regular Saturday night
41.
Super Series finals. And that's going to be streamed as well, the Undisputed games.
96.
Michael Huntley raced into a 2-0 lead and then has just lost his way a little bit. Offered Kevin Garcia the chance to get this game back. And he's taking full advantage.
140. 100. Kevin, you require 72. Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg. Kevin Garcia.
There's not been a missed start or a double, and that trend continues. Kevin Garcia took 76 out in the
Fifth
last.
flag, it's Kevin to throw
72 out in
first.
this one.
Game on.
Fourth dart thrown at the double, 2 each. And that is 2 each on the scoreboard.
And a steady 15 dart leg to boot.
80. 97. 100.
No steady visits will do. It feels the way this game is going. Tons of
100.
tended to be enough.
One hundred.
Who will blink first? It's 2-2. There's nothing in the scores. The only advantage we can see at the moment is who's thrown first.
131.
That is a big shot from Kevin. Himself the opportunity of a 2-dart leg.
100. Kevin, you require 90.
Well, if he gets a go at the bullseye or the double five, you know it's going to go.
Yeah,
you knew
that's
it's going to go.
in the fifth flag. Kevin Garcia.
It's the way this game's gone. If a player gets a dart, a double,
Sixth
it's
flag
going
is
to
Michael
go.
to
It's going
throw
to be
first.
hit.
Game on.
Michael Huntley, despite taking a 2-0 lead, is about to have his hopes of
41.
Group B qualification dashed.
$60.
A reminder that 2 more games follow this. It involves the top 4 in the group.
60.
Shane McGurk against Robert Owen, followed by James Hurrell against Jim McEwen. Do stay with us
99.
as we head towards the conclusion of day 2 here in Group A at the Super Series. And remember, we're back
100.
tomorrow morning, 9:30. The start time here on Sporty Stuff TV for the concluding day of Group A action. It's going to be
96.
Paul Nicholson and Matt Ecker in the commentary box for that. And then Thursday and Friday we'll see double sessions from Group B and Group C, where we hope to see quality darts just like that.
80.
Timing. It looked like it was all getting away from him.
97. Michael, you require
Looked like Kevin Garcia
120.
was going to turn it around and get 4 straight legs. And then he finds a 180. And he finds the 120.
Yeah, that's game
And
short in
that
the sixth
continues
flag.
the trend
Michael Huntley.
of 100% on the doubles. Whoever gets to a double first wins.
7th and final leg. It's Kevin to throw first.
It's going to be
Game
Kevin
on.
Garcia with the darts in the 7th and deciding leg. The quality encounter averages are 91 and 93 respectively. Oh, how about this?
139.
Good start with the throw in the decider.
42. 59.
'Needs a treble.
95.
Great dart. This is one of the best performances they've both put in
59.
so far this week. Both 100% on the doubles. Both averaging over the 90. Bringing the best out in each other.
140. 98.
Garcia first to a finish on
60.
146
146.
for the match. Can I look to set it up now?
96.
Just so to a certain extent,
164.
but this would be some way to win it. It's not going to go, and so if the trend of the match continues, Kevin Garcia is going to win this
76.
game.
76. Kevin, you require 50.
Not one dart missed a double in this match. That's the first.
40.
And that's the second at the most crucial of times.
Michael, you require 88.
If Michael can keep his trend going, this will be game over. It might only be a dart of the ball. It's going to be the sevens. An 88 finish in the match.
81. Kevin, you require
It gets
10.
nervy towards the line.
Game.
But
Shot,
Kevin
and the
Garcia
match.
is the
Kevin
one who
Garcia.
keeps his cool to secure a 4-3 victory in that basement battle with an average of 88.92 for Huntley, 91.44, the game's solitary maximum. And have a look at those finishing stats, 66%, 75%, high outs of 120 and 90 respectively. But it is Garcia who gets over the line, securing a 4-3 victory. We're going to take a short break. Only 2 more games to go today here at the Super Series. Shane McGurk and Robert Owen is our penultimate match of Tuesday after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Kevin Garcia has just come through in a last leg decider to get his second victory of the day and in Group A as well. There was some exemplary finishing from both players in that one. Huntley looked comfortable as he got out into a 2-0 lead. Garcia responded with back-to-back 15-dart legs. Huntley then threw in another for good measure, rounding it off with that 120 checkout to force our second last leg decider of the day. Astonishingly, it took until that decider for a dart to be missed at double, both missing, but Garcia holding his nerve to get that second win in Group A. As you can see, fantastic checkout percentages for both players in that one. Huntley just missing that one dart at double in the final leg. 2 for Garcia, but it was he who was able to get over the line in that one. We can have a look then at the table and what that does to things going into our penultimate match of the day. It is, of course, Robert Owen who leads the way on 16 points. Michael Huntley at the bottom on 4, joint with Kevin Garcia. Next up, we've got McGuirk against Owen, and it is Owen who can extend his lead at the top if he's to get another 2 points in this one. Can he complete the perfect day here? His level hasn't really been at that consistent best in his last 2 matches, but he has, of course, been able to get the all-important victories. That one, a really crucial one against Hurrell a little while ago. And as for McGurk, realistically, looks like he's going to be battling it out for a place in Group B on Wednesday, but he did win his match yesterday against Robert Owen. He was 4 out of 10 on the outer ring. There was a really good 104 checkout in there as well. Let's get into this one then, our penultimate match of the session. Lads, back over to you.
Thank you, Abby. And if you spoke to Robert Owen at the end of the session and asked him what's occurring, he'd probably say it's been tidy today from him. He could make it the perfect day on Tuesday, making it 5 wins from 5 if he can get the better of Shane McGurk in game 14 of the day. For McGurk, he's looking to get himself onto double digits with victory in this one. It put him within 2 of Messrs. Hurrell and McEwen, respectively, who do battle in game 15. For Owen, he could put himself 6 points clear with 5 games to go.
First lag, it's Shane to throw first.
At the end of the day yesterday, somebody's going to come and they're going to mop up one of these days and they're going to win all 5. The bold prediction, Robert Owen could be about to make that happen.
60.
The janitor mopping it all up.
$140.
Do you know what you call a cleaner that puts on an accumulator?
No.
They like to put on a sweep stake.
It's that time of day, guys.
$60.
Can't go one full day at the Super Series without one. Chris Murphy's back with us tomorrow, so I'm sure we'll get a few. I hope we get a few of them.
$140. Shane, you require 121.
17. Bullseye.
96. Robert, you require 161.
Started his day off quite slow, didn't you, Shane? Lost it 4-1. Kevin Garcia got his first victory of his campaign. Only a 72 average, but he's got stronger as the day's
56. Gone. Shane, you require 25.
If that trend continues, Robert Owen could be in trouble. Double 4.
Yeah, that's game short
15 to start for Shane. He's 1-0. Hold a throw.
Second leg is Robert to throw first.
Owen needs to find a break somewhere if he's going to make it 5 wins from 5 here on day
45.
2. Could possibly put him in an unassailable position to progress through to Saturday night's final. You could join us on Saturday night. Head over to dartshot.tv for more information on how you can obtain your tickets for the Week 1 finals.
100.
Don't take our word for it. It really is a good atmosphere here. And this really is a good performance. And Shane McGurk, that's his 2nd max of the match. On the back of a 140 to start this second leg. He's
60.
averaging 117.2 at this early stage.
One of them players, when he gets everything in sync,
140.
hit some big power scoring.
$41. Shane, you require 41.
4 and 11. Double 16.
9.
He's going to come back.
Did hit an 11 darter yesterday. That's the best we've seen so far. A couple of players have got a few 11s on the board. But Shane will be
100.
more than happy with just
Shane,
the
you
leg.
require 32.
I'm a breaker throw.
Two 8s.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg.
And Messrs.
Shane
McEwen and
McGurk.
Hurrell next door will be watching this with some intrigue, because Shane
Third leg, it's
McGurk
Shane to throw first.
has opened
Game
up a
on.
2-0 lead here on Robert Owen. Stack Attack's perfect record for day 2 could well be in some serious doubt now.
100. 140.
Shane is just looking with a level of composure we haven't seen from him yet all week. He's looking extremely good here. 109.89 the average.
85.
Robert is in a spot of bother.
Well, his back's against the wall now, isn't it? This is the thing with the Super Series.
91.
Even if you have a bit of a struggle, you can always find a game from somewhere. And you can always run into someone somewhere as well.
100. Chain you require 130.
6 starts from 130 for a 3-0 lead. That's probably the first slip of the match.
Looks like he's going to
90.
recover it perfectly. After 12 darts, leaves himself tops. Dare we say, well, it's going to be, isn't it? It'll be an upset this.
Chain you require
Robert
40.
Owen was to lose, especially the scoreline at the moment.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Shane McGurk.
Well, it would be an upset. We'll have to get the tinfoil cups out if it's that big an upset.
Forward leg is Robert to throw first. Game on.
13 data as well. Have a look at these
60.
averages. 107.36. 3 maximums to his name. McGurk is going berserk.
He actually won the game between the two yesterday. He won that 4-2.
97.
Robert Owen went 2-0 up, missed a few doubles, and then McGurk ran away with it.
Well, if McGurk wins this, he'd be the only player to defeat
40.
Owen in the group, because after that opening defeat yesterday for Owen, he's won 8 games consecutively up until this point. Where it's
60.
now in the severest of doubts. Because he is on the edge of 18.
97.
It's Stevie Nicks' follow-up song.
$100.
This is just solid, quality darts from Shane McGurk. We must have at one point thought when his next win's coming.
100.
Opened up the day with a 4-1 defeat to Garcia. That was Kev Garcia's first win.
95.
Then he lost to James Hurrell 4-2. Then he lost to Jim McEwen 4-2. Got the victory in the last one against Michael Huntley.
180.
Timing.
Shane require 149.
To leave 24 to force McGurk to take this out. So to get on the board
59. Robert you
Level
require
12.
24.
for Robert Owen.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth line.
Never in doubt.
Robert Owen.
First started double incredibly as well for Stack Attack.
Fifth leg, it's
McGurk
Shane to throw first.
has the darts
Game
to
on.
pull off a seismic victory in the context of this group.
It's the power scoring, isn't it? The
60.
3 180s. That's why Robert Owen's been restricted to just the one dart at a double. He'd take it. Gonna need
60.
to find the turbo here. He's going to come back from 3-0 down the way Shane is playing.
Gonna need a bit of darting
100.
DRS. But he looks as if he may well be accelerating here.
140. 60.
The average just dropped below the 100 now for Shane.
140.
And meanwhile, Robert Owens has climbed to 93. So there's two things happening now. Shane is starting to come off the boil. And Robert Owens starting to warm up.
57. Robert, you require 161.
The meeting in the middle, which probably only favours one player.
$65.
Needs himself on 96 upon his return. McGurk hasn't really made many inroads with the darts in this leg.
121. Robert, you require 96.
That's a nice marker, but he couldn't get the treble for double Eighton.
85.
That was a rueful look on
Shane,
the
you
face of Robert
require
Owen. And he gets the
103.
ball last dart to add insult to injury.
This will shake the group up. Robert Owen looking like he was about to run away with it. And all of a sudden,
55. Robert, you require 11.
McGurk having a shot for the match.
Double four. Twos.
7. Shane, you
But
require
that might be
48.
his last chance. McGurk returns to 48 to seal a win that has so many consequences in this group.
Game.
Because it
shot,
keeps the
and the
hopes
match.
of
Shane
McEwen
McGurk.
and Hurrell alive. Robert Owen loses his first game of the day. In the last game of the day, Shane McGurk is a 4-1 victor against Robert Owen with an average just underneath 93. 3 maximums to his name. 4 out of 10 on the doubles. A high checkout of 48. He is a victor in that one. Coming up after the break, it is our final game of day 2 here in Group A of week 1 of stage 2. James Hurrell and Jim McEwen could go within 2 points of Robert Owen after overnight if they can claim victory in our final game of the day.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. I don't think anybody was expecting that result from our penultimate match of the session. Robert Owen going down 4-1 to Shane McGurk in that match. It was a below par performance and he was notably very, very angry with his performance as he left the Oki. Sublime from Shane McGurk, though, and he is 2 out of 2 against Robert Owen this week now. He started with legs in 15, 14 and 13 darts before Owen pinned his first dart at a double to close the gap, and it looked like that was going to be the start of the comeback in that match, but McGurk ended those chances by pinning that double 16 to get that crucial victory for him and to keep his chances of qualifying via Group B alive. As for Robert Owen, then let's see what that does to the league standings. Of course, we've got one more match to bring you this afternoon, and that is a battle between James Hurrell and Jim McEwen, who, as you can see, one of them will end the day 2 points behind Robert Owen after that little falter from the Welshman in that last match. For Kevin Garcia and Huntley, it does look like they will be battling it out in Group C on Thursday and Friday at the moment. Next up then, as I mentioned, our final game of the session, it is James Hurrell against Jim McEwen. Of these two, it's Hurrell who's probably been the more consistent player throughout the course of the day's action. Of course, he did have that little dip against Robert Owen, but it wasn't a classic match, was it? He has been consistent throughout his other matches, though, and having been on for the 9 against Garcia a little earlier on, here he is completing that leg in 13 darts on double 16. For Jim McEwen, the 1-2-1 on the ball in his last match, that's just a segment of the board that he cannot miss at this moment in time. One of these two players then will end the day 2 points behind Rob Owen. Who will be doing that? Let's find out. Lads, back over to you.
Thank you, Abby. And the final game of the Tuesday session looks as if it's going to be the most important one of the lot. For one of these two players, they will be 2 points behind Robert Owen going into tomorrow's concluding Group A session. And with the big gap on the legs difference, it is crucial someone secures a win. For James Hurrell, the 38-year-old from Morton in Marsh, the quarter-finalist at the WDF World Championship, he had the opportunity to haul himself back in the group, lost 4-0 to Owen. Whereas for McEwen, nicknamed Chucky, he can go within 2 points of Owen, and they will renew rivalries again on Wednesday here at the Super Series. And you sense the loser of this realistically is out the battle for first place.
Yeah, one more day to go. That's tomorrow, 9:30 AM. Sporty Stuff TV. And what will be interesting is to see who has to play who in what order.
First leg is James to throw
really
first.
come into play.
Game on.
Well, I can tell you the fixtures for tomorrow. Game 1, Robert Owen against Shane McGurk.
95.
McGurk, the only man who's beaten Owen so far this week.
And he's done it twice.
And if he completed the hat-trick, it makes the next two games very interesting. Jim McEwen opens up
60
against Michael Huntley. And then James Hurrell takes on Kevin Garcia. Match 5 is a battle between Hurrell and Owen. Game 14
16
of the group, if it goes there, is Robert Owen against Jim McEwen.
And of course, it's not all just about that top spot. Second and third, there are advantages. Finishing in those positions, you will get a favourable draw on Thursday and
66.
Friday. Much higher percentage of getting through. 3 from 5 will go through on Thursday and Friday evening, where 2 from 6 go through in the morning session.
A tough-looking Group C this week as well. Reece Colley in that lineup. British Open champion, played really well here last time, was really unlucky not to qualify.
59.
These two still yet to properly get out the gates yet in this opening leg.
43.
We'll be chatting to the winner up on the balcony with Abigail Davis at the conclusion of this one. But who is going to be the closest challenger to Robert Owen tomorrow?
Jim McEwen. Been a little bit erratic at times today. Been a bit brilliant at times today as well. It's not been the usual just one pace sort of consistency level of
39.
quality standard that we're used to. It's been a bit more wavy today, hasn't he? A little bit more high, a little bit more low, and then, ironically, he's still met in the middle with his normal average. with that if you timed them wrong. Like he has done with these last visits. 66, 59, 45.
121.
Could
James, you
start spelling
require
problems.
164.
Timing is everything in this game. And Hurrell time a 164 to perfection. Not this time.
98. Jim, you require 150.
It's on. Double 15.
120. James,
That
you
would have been a
require
big
66.
moment right from the get-go. But Hurrell returns to 66 to hold throw when he's been put under the most severest of threats. He's going to get one dart at tops.
46.
But it
Jim,
don't
you
go.
require
And McEwen
30.
returns a double 15, or does he decide to split?
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg. Jim
Straightforward,
McEwen.
straight in. Breaks the throw. Hurrell leads 1-0.
Second leg is Jim the throw first. Game on.
No sparks as of yet. No fireworks as of yet. But to be perfectly honest, neither player will care how they get these crucial 2 points as long as they get them.
85. 61.
James Hurrell gets stronger as the games go. Seen that many times over the past couple of days. I guess that middle point of the game, he starts rattling.
60.
He doesn't want to leave himself too much to do.
Hurrell's given him plenty of questions. Now, what's the answers going to be?
Emphatic. 180.
Warming up. That just cancels out the max from James Hurrell.
60.
Jim McEwen is in a strong position now to double his lead. Hold his throw.
And these last 2 games may be what derails Hurrell's campaign
56.
to gain an automatic passage through to Saturday night's final. However, if he could have got a 2 treble visit, even just 1 treble,
100. Jim, you require 120.
piles the pressure on this Shanghai for McEwen.
Quality dart. Just come around that one. Okay, that's fine. Stay away from the treble. Still gives him a dart. Now the double, it's double 10.
110. James, you require 100.
There is the James Hurrell. He can take this 100, he will level the game and get his throw back and turn this into a best of 5.
Tops. What's the route? Doesn't
60.
go.
Jim, you
McEwen
require
returns
10.
double 5 for 2-0.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Jim McEwen.
And 2-0 it is in 16 darts. A much improved leg for Jim McEwen.
Third
He leads
leg is
2-0.
James the throw first. Game on.
He's halfway towards what would be a pivotal victory. It would mean he'd be keeping tabs with Robert Owen at the top of the Group A table going into the final day of competition.
119.
Paul Nicholson will return to the commentary box for that tomorrow morning alongside Matthew Edgar. Chris
85.
Murphy will also be joining us, presenting the action. the next couple of days. And I'll be joining you and Nico again on Friday night.
It'll be interesting to see who is there on Friday night. 3 places will be available.
60.
Both of these, if they don't get through Group A, are going to want to be playing in the evening session.
$125.
That, Jim McEwen's second 180 of the game, the third in the match in total. And from nowhere, he's put himself in contention for the leg.
This is 81. What good players do. They just find a way. They carve the openings out. And even they're not playing up to their standard. That's brought the average up to 88 for McEwen. And if McEwen can actually get out of today on 14 points, 2 behind Owen, I think he'd take it because he hasn't exactly been at his rip-roaring best at times, but he would have still found a way of getting towards a respectable points tally, which you can still attack and have a 56. Good go at Wednesday with.
Jim, you require 134.
We've got used to from Jim McEwen, isn't it? Every time he's down here, he finds a way to win. Leaves 100.
54. James, you require 48.
Half the deficit. Double 16. 2 8s.
40. Jim, you require
McEwen
80.
returns to 3-0.
Get a dart of tops if he stays straight. Tops. This is his favourite.
60.
And James Hurrell, who lost his last game 4-0. He's 2-0 down in this. Can he finally get a leg on the board?
Be his first leg in 7.
James Hurrell.
Wouldn't have said that following the end of game 3.
Again, he just Jim the throw first. Game on.
Looks up and tries to find some inspiration. Just looking to find something that can go his way.
$58.
Neither player will come off stage following this game, waxing lyrical about their performance. But both players will know the magnitude of this game.
54.
It's all about the points. Performance is great at the time, but as soon as game shot is called, you want the points. We've seen earlier on today, Jim McEwen play some good darts. James Hurrell yesterday, losing with a 97 average. I'm sure we'd rather win this with an 81 than lose with a 97.
Certainly.
$100.
Sort of feel the tension a little bit here, can't you? 2 days of play. And this one is the important one so far.
Just wondering how much today is taken out of the players as well. Because there's a few tired darts being thrown. It's been a little bit lethargic 59. At times.
$95.
So 288 plays 208 is Hurrell at the board. And applying pressure.
140.
First to finish. But McEwen can leave it handier.
That is a good dart for Jim. Expect another one to go in here.
140.
Leaves it nice.
James, you require
It's a
148.
two-darter. Should get a dart at a double if James does not take out the 148. Jim thinks he does.
134.
But he doesn't.
Jim, you
Jim
require
McEwen
68.
Comes back at 68. We'll open up that two-leg cushion once again and move himself one away from the match.
Excellent dart. For double 4. Now double 2.
64.
The Hurrell returns to 2-2.
James, you require 14.
Goes straight for it. That is awkward. Gonna have to move. Chooses left. He's only got a little bit of the bed.
No score.
You can't get past.
Jim, you require 4.
So 4 for Jim. 2 twos for a 2-leg lead.
Madhouse.
Yeah, that's game short in the
For a
4th
3-1
leg.
lead.
Jim McEwen.
And Jim McEwen is a leg away for 14 points.
5th leg
Put
is
him within
James
2
through
of the league
first.
leader, Robert
Game
Owen.
on.
And James Hurrell here needs the lot. If he is to stay in contention of qualification through Group A, cannot afford
96.
any more slip-ups from here on in. You're all here from our winner on the balcony following the conclusion of this match, and the evidence is looking more and more likely it's going to be McEwen.
85. $60.
Chance to put a bit of more daylight between the two.
$57.
He's a player able to take advantage of a below-par performance from their opponent here. They're sort of bringing each other along, aren't they? They're dragging each other down.
59.
It felt like at times both players were trying too hard to capitalise on their opponent's mistakes, and as a consequence, that's why we've seen the match that we've got.
45.
Whoever wins this would have made it hard work for themselves.
$100.
Needs to hit big. Well, he'd been looking for trebles, but it wouldn't be that one, the one that he wanted.
23.
That just hands a massive advantage in this one to James Hurrell, who will be throwing first in this leg and has 105 points advantage plus these.
100.
Crucial last start, pivotal last start, big last start. Leaves himself on 86 to bring it back to 3-2. But then the next leg could be the crucial one, because that's the one where McEwen would have the darts to complete
59.
the victory.
James, you require 86.
So 86 for Hurrell for 3-2. Thinks about it. McEwen's back on 2-3-2, so he's got 6. Didn't have to think about going
54.
18 bull. Squares it up for double 16 upon his return. But under what kind of pressure?
100. James, you require 32. Yeah, that's game short in the 5th flag.
And Hurrell
James
brings it
Hurrell.
back to 3-2. And McEwen now has the darts to seal the
6th
win.
flag is Jim the throw first. Game on.
To get a crucial 2 points in the context of this group.
Just needs a couple of big visits. And he's there.
79.
James Hurrell with everything to do at the moment. We have seen him throw some quality darts. We know he's capable
84.
of getting out of this situation. Jim McEwen again. Drops one left, drops one right. He's starting to lose his way.
28.
This could be the visit for Hurrell.
140.
Perfect. Timing. Gave himself the opportunity.
$125.
If this does go all the way,
45.
will be James Hurrell with the darts.
You sense this is the opportunity for McEwen. Starts downstairs. Sensible play.
Again, loses the line.
$94.
None the wiser in the direction of this one. I don't think neither of the players are feeling like they've got control of it either. Bit too much respect up there, do you think?
Possibly. I'm just wondering
95.
how much of a toll the last couple of days may have taken out of the players, because a lot of their victories have been in scraps, and there's only so many times you can go to the world without your body reacting to that. I know the significance of it as well, as you mentioned, and that also plays a part. So if you put all those factors together,
James, you require
it
137.
can make things very difficult. But McEwen is back for 78 for the match. Hull here, 137 for 3-3. It won't go, so McEwen gets the opportunity to win the match with his 78.
97. Jim, you
Looks at the top
require
end of the board.
78.
I'm expecting him to try and leave tops. He will leave 12s.
Game, shot,
To seal
and a
2
match.
pivotal
Jim
points
McEwen.
to put him within 2 points of Robert Owen. It's a big victory for Jim McEwen in a scrappy affair. Both players will admit they didn't play at their best in that one. 77.84 was the average. That was enough to get it done for McEwen. 2 maximums in that match. 4 out of 12 on the doubles for him. 2 out of 11 for James Hurrell. A high checker, as you saw just there, 78 for Jim McEwen. Secures the victory for him. That's our final game of the session here at the Super Series. Let's have a look at how the table squares up following the second day's worth of action. And as you can see, Robert Owen leads the way, 16 points after 10 matches. McEwen 2 points behind, but have a look at the legs difference. He's got a bridge, 10 legs. The difference between the top two in terms of legs difference. You sense it's probably going to be a battle between them two to top Group A come the end of play tomorrow. James Holder is in third place, 4 points behind Owen, effectively 6 points behind because of the 13-leg difference they've got in terms of legs difference. Shane McGurk will be pushing for Group B honours tomorrow on the final day of action, whilst Kevin Garcia and Michael Huntley, they're both on 4 points. It looks as if it's most likely going to be Group C for them on Thursday and Friday. It's Robert Owen that leads the way, but Jim McEwen was the winner of our last match. We can hear from him now upstairs with Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Jim, got over the line in that one. I think it's fair to say it wasn't a classic, though.
Oh, far from it, yeah. That was a hard one. I've done okay today. 89 in bits, nearly 90. So, no, I'm happy with that, yeah.
And after Robert Owen lost the match before that final one of the session, was there a bit more pressure to get the 2 points in that one so you could close the gap at the top?
No. James is class, you know what James is like. Robert, I think, if he has a good day tomorrow, he'll probably go and win it, so it's all about second and third.
And just talk us through how you were feeling coming into this week, because you had 4 days of proto action before coming here. You were in Barnsley for 4 days. How did you feel when you arrived at the Super Series on Monday morning?
Exhausted. Thursday had 2 good results against Steve Beaton and Johnny Clayton, but I never won a game after that. And I had a 5 and a bit hour drive coming in here. I was knackered.
And just sum up how you feel you performed yesterday, because we saw some sensational stuff from you. You couldn't miss the bull, and that was the same today. But at times your finishing just deserted you, which we're not used to seeing from you.
Yeah, it's like everything else. Sometimes it goes, sometimes it doesn't. It's weird, yeah. But this is a good setup, yeah.
And a good group as well, because there is still a number of players going into tomorrow. There are 3 of you who could potentially finish top of Group A.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Michael and Shane and Kevin, they're all novices to this sort of thing. They're trying to find their feet, so like me, Rob and James are trying to take advantage.
And just a word on that, because this format is so relentless, isn't it? That if you just lose 2 or 3 at the start of a week, then that can play on your mind. You have to be really mentally strong, especially in this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is cutthroat stuff. You can't miss anything, because every player that comes here is a bit of class, yeah.
And the pressure's on Rob tomorrow, right, from you?
Oh, absolutely.
Love it. Fighting Talk. We'll be back from 9:30 tomorrow morning for the conclusion of Group A. We'll see you then on Sporty Stuff TV.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365.